raised in Sarasota, Florida. The first casino I ever played at was the Hard Rock in Tampa, but then I joined the Navy, so I've spent more time in Ohio poker than anywhere else. But I go back to Florida like twice a year to play down in Hollywood. I live in Columbus. I've been with Mad River for a little over a year. uh, my, I've a, I guess my official title would be floor supervisor. So TD certified. I do anything and everything. So like do the social media videos. Melissa jokes I'm the face of Mad River. But yeah, mostly dealing with it. That is his last name. His first name's Kyle. Yeah, that's what he prefers. Let me look at. Make sure I got the right Millie information because we're starting on February 2nd.
Yeah, if you want to pull that graphic up.
There we go.
Hey everybody, we are live tonight. Saturday night is a staple for us, is the regular Joe Poker Show, and we've got a little treat because of the big event coming up February 1st, the $1 million guarantee. We are doing that jointly with Mad River Poker Club down in Dayton, Ohio. And so, to kick things off tonight, we want to talk as much as we can about that while these guys play poker. But joining me tonight is Joe Garofalo. Joe Girolamo. I just saw a movie with Garofalo in it. And so Joe and I are going to talk quite a bit for 10-15 minutes while they're playing or in between their playing until Dominic is here, and he will be joining me tonight. He's not going out and getting re-engaged or anything like that. But anyway, thank you so much for joining us tonight. As we mentioned, we just had our first satellite event on Thursday night. It was a huge turnout. We had 15 people getting spots for the $1 million. And I think you guys have had a satellite already.
Oh, we've had a few.
You've had a few so far.
Satellites, flips.
Okay.
They're getting after it. Yes.
And so Joey is the floor manager down there. He's been with Mad River for about a year. He works very closely with Kyle Duncan on many projects, not just poker related, but the room itself, making sure that there's videos. Marissa likes to refer to him as the face of Mad River. And we kind of know what that's like when we're trying to represent and build a club. And you've been there for a year trying to do the same thing. And what do you recall about some of the initial talks around putting this $1 million together?
Well, we did the one last year, and it was an absolutely incredible success. And then we just always want to bring the best poker experience we can to the people of Ohio and the nation if they choose to travel. And we see what you guys continue to do, and it just seemed like a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
So that's what brought us together, and Jim and Marissa have been just the absolute best, and you
Great.
and Dom welcome me in here, just to get a little FaceTime plug away because the event's going to be amazing. I mean, we're $200,000 at least to first.
At least. Yeah, we keep using that term as well.
Let's be real. It's going to be more.
It's going to be more.
If it's not more than a quarter, I don't even want to. I mean, we did the one we did last year was I think 1.2 and change. So between these two amazing clubs, I mean, I don't want to say 2 million, but that's my over/under.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be an absolutely incredible event.
Now I tell people to reach out to thereseRvepoker.com if they have questions. We've got the graphics up there about the $1 million, about the satellites, about day ones. Give us a. Go ahead, Tyler. You're fine. we'll fit this in. But what is the Mad River webpage?
Oh, the best place to get any information regarding this event or any other is just go to the Mad River Poker Club Facebook page.
Okay.
That's where all the information
On
is
the
at.
Facebook page.
Yes, the
All right.
Facebook page.
Excellent. Well, now that you're here, let's talk some poker here on Saturday nights. This is our regular Joe Poker Show. This is a 1-3 game. This is a $500 buy-in. You can re-up. I know you're familiar with our other game we do on Thursday night, which is the no-net Thursday, where we have players that are waiting to get in there, and if you get felted, they could. But that's this is just pure, what we call unadulterated poker on a Saturday night.
Looks like we got a fun one right off the bat, too.
We do.
Little jacks versus 8s versus 4s. Everybody doing a little set mining.
So now we got three-handed. Danielson at the helm as a dealer, and here comes the flop. Yeah. So
Never
the
fun
jacks-
when you have Jackson, that queen, that pesky queen shows up.
Yes, but a good feeler bet here. Actually, as small as that bet is, I think it might go through.
Well, out of position,
Never-
three
yeah.
ways. Smalling bet's betting small is pretty standard. Then out some of the riffraff.
Here we go, heads up.
One year I gave him like socks that I had worn. Like,
Safe card for the jacks.
so then he gave me like
Not a lot of draws, though,
socks
so
that are-
I like
he
the
just
check.
gave me- He ordered this like ultra pack of rubber duckies from the China whatever import company.
Oh, Gary would have hit his 4 on the river, and he certainly. You could see. They checked that down to showdown, and Tyler's going to take that down. But
from Germany.
anyway, yeah, ooh is right.
Yeah.
Ooh is right. When you think about the price that he could have gotten in
Yeah, I'm
for,
just having flashbacks to all the times that I've done that. It's like, ugh. It was only $20.
We on our live streams we have what we consistently call the power hour, which is the last hour of the show, and it happens organically. We don't tell the players that, but typically what we see at that last hour is the ranges open up, the betting size gets bigger because people are. Conversely, in the first hour, unless we have a couple of monster hands, it's a little bit like a heavyweight bout.
Yeah, you
got
gotta
to
feel each other
feeling
out.
each other
Yeah.
out. Yeah. And you've played enough poker, both cash and tournament, to kind
Absolutely.
of get that, right? Early on. So
I do like feeling people out when I have aces, though, for sure.
Oh, and Mr. Josh Black in the house tonight. Josh is one of our dealers, and he's playing into tonight's game, opening up the second hand of the night in the cutoff with pocket aces.
8s is definitely going to call on the button. And like you said, feeling each other out, some people might get a little aggressive with the 8s on the button as
Yes.
the game gets later, but in the early goings, pretty standard.
Give him a couple of hundred.
And yeah, got to defend the big blind with the suited
Yeah.
ace.
So now we're four-handed going to the flop.
I like the ambition from the king deuce off.
Oh, and an 8 there. This could get messy, Joey.
Could get, and not for nothing, Buddha's got the backdoor nut flush draw with the backdoor straight draw as well. Some people like to get sticky with those hands.
And now here is a bet from Mr. Black and a raise here.
I like this a lot.
Yeah. And the question is, can he get away with it? Get away from it, and
Yeah, he
all in and a call. And now he needs an ace and an ace only, and
8's full.
right away, early on,
Down go aces.
big action here tonight. Mr. Black shipping over his stack. Pretty much how we see things go here on our regular Joe Poker Show.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but there's no getting away from that hand.
Yeah. Now, Joey, you played in our quarter million,
I did.
and you wound up taking 10th place, right? Was it
I got to 9th.
9th place? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. It's not like I called you 6'2" and you're actually 6'8".
Yeah.
but ninth place for sure.
Official final table.
So many of our viewers might remember that we did bring Joey into the booth after he had been taken ninth place. And here's our graphic now for the $1 million. We might have an interruption in our service here tonight, Joey, so now we're going to get busy talking. $1 million guarantee, $200,000 first place guarantee, and definitely life-changing money, particularly
Absolutely.
what our clientele here in Toledo. Do you get the sense of that from your clientele in Dayton as well?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
200,000 would solve a lot of problems for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And we've got the day one schedule for the reserve and the day one for Mad River.
Look at all those beautiful flights.
Yes. So we've got flights going here at noon. We open the doors at 11 a.m. We have a process that if you're brand new to the room, you need to bring a photo ID so we get you into the system. What can you tell us about going down to Dayton and going for a 12 noon flight? Give us some logistics in terms of getting there, what time, what to expect, that may or may not be different than what we do here at the Reserve.
Well, same thing as you do if you are a new player. Definitely bring your photo ID. It is the fastest way to get you into our system, just so it's for any other events, we get you your phone number. We are on Poker Atlas, so if you're trying to see what's going on at the club, you can get into that app, and it actually has the tournament clocks available, so you know exactly where we are in the current flight that we're running in case you're running a little bit late.
Oh, terrific.
Prior to our noon flights, we open at 11:30.
11:30.
So half hour as opposed to a full hour.
Okay.
But so our players are absolutely incredible, but they love sleeping in a little bit. They like to get there a little, 15 minutes in, maybe a little bit later. So the doors aren't exactly bursting down.
Right.
But they get in, they get after it. So even the first levels of play have a lot of action, and they ignore the amount of big blinds they have. It's not uncommon to hear a seat open within the first level or two. So
Right.
if you're looking for action, it's definitely a place to be.
And what we just like you, I think you have tournaments 7 days a week.
Oh, yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And so somebody will come in for a tournament, say a week before or 2 weeks before, and they will buy their flight. They'll get there. Is that the same option at Mad River as well? Can they get days in advance or weeks in advance signed up for a particular flight?
I can't speak to whether we have something official, but
Okay.
what I can say is always feel free to call, and we
Okay.
do everything that we can to give our players the best experience. So if we can accommodate something like that, we absolutely will.
Okay.
There have been exceptions in that case where somebody can't be on a certain day, and I know that we've gone out of our way to do what we can in the right setting. But in terms of actually having something official of call this number, something to that effect, I can't speak to. But always just feel free to call. It never hurts. And
Okay.
if we can make it happen for you, we absolutely will.
Okay. Just trying to run down some comparisons or similarities, if you will, between the two clubs. Particularly, we probably have a number of reserve players listening that have never been to Mad River. We probably have some Mad River players never been to the Reserve. And I got to believe that we're going to see definitely some crisscross. Somebody's going to say, well, I got to run up to Detroit. I may as well stop in Toledo. Or somebody's got to run down to Columbus. I may as well stop in Dayton and do that. So just trying to give some more insights in for folks that either haven't been to the Reserve before or haven't been to Mad River before.
Well, actually, to your point, in the change of scenery, some people enjoy that. I already know of one of our players specifically has already said he's coming up here for the first flight.
Yeah.
He wants to fire here, and then, he'll be back home. And I think that'll be interesting to see how that all shakes up, because if you play multiple flights and you double bag, you get that bonus. But if your big stack is in one of the locations, that's where you have to play day two.
Exactly. Yeah. And the other thing, Joey and I were talking about how he started playing poker and where and that type of thing. You started to play in Florida. You still like to go down to Florida and play down there. I was on the road as a salesperson for a number of years, and I really liked playing on the road because I'd walk in, nobody knew who I was, right? And so there is something to be said for going someplace, different environment.
I can bluff a lot more in Florida.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, food-wise, we typically we'll try to get food trucks here. We aren't always successful. We're surrounded by a number of restaurants. We allow food in a certain area, but people can bring in whatever they want. Tell us a little bit about what they can expect to do if they go down to Dayton and play.
Same deal. We're in a very prime location. Plenty of fast food spots within. You can actually, a couple of them you can walk across the street, right down the road. Even if you like sushi, literally across the street, one of the best sushi places. Yeah, they're absolutely fantastic. There's one of our players. He has a food truck, and he's been known to kind of show up. I can't give you specific date times, but he's there all the time, and his product, they're changing. It could be every day is different. But man, he's got some of the best food truck food that I've ever had. So you've got plenty of options.
Good.
We also, if you just want something specific and you want to DoorDash it, bring it on in. It's no problem at all. We've got designated area where you can go, sit, eat, table side, provide everything we can for you guys. Again, that's why living in Columbus that I operate in Dayton and take the trip, because Duncan and the team and everyone, it's about poker for the players. It's not about profit.
Right.
You see all these different things, and this isn't an aside to anyone, but the poker community has a reputation for being max EV and what's best for me. That's not the case at Mad River. It's about the players.
Good.
And that's why I love going down there, because it's just the absolute best atmosphere they can provide.
And we're going to see a lot of out-of-towners. We're going to see people coming up from Florida, as you mentioned, probably from Texas, Las Vegas, coming in from California, coming in from Canada, Montreal. We're already anticipating that. Tell us about accommodations around Mad River. Do you have like a special deal with anybody in terms of pricing for hotels?
Not that I'm aware of, but there's a number of mainstream hotels that are within 10 minutes. When I come down, like for instance this weekend, I'm just staying at the Days Inn. Sometimes there's the Baymont Inn and Suites.
Okay.
All sorts of places that you can go to. Plenty of options that are within 10 minutes of the poker room. I did want to highlight, you brought up a lot of outer-towners. I just brought to my attention yesterday, actually, that this event has been listed in Card Player, and it is Player of the Year eligible.
Oh, wow.
So I'm very curious to see how many people we get coming out from all over the country to play in this event. So it's going to be exciting for sure.
Yes, it will. It will. And what an opportunity, for the state of Ohio and this area, Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, for players coming in to play this, and they will be seated with some very top-level players from around the country. That's another thing we can say with a certain certainty, just like we're saying we believe the first prize is going to be well over $200,000.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's like, for people not in the know, Ohio has a lot of absolutely terrific players. I mean, I don't know if we'll see David Peters, but he's a Toledo guy, number 10 all-time money list in poker, period.
Right.
Adam Friedman, Columbus guy, he's been all of our main events. He's been down there, 5-time bracelet winner. So you're going to see the cream of the crop is going to be at this event. It's going to be absolutely insane.
Right. Do you have any favorite famous stories, people that you've played with, or just maybe not even played with, just kind of encounters?
Not
put you on
personally,
the spot here, but
when I haven't actually met this person, and for the record, I do not see this, but this is a true story. Swear to God, this happened. When I was in Hollywood, Florida the last time, I'm cashing out, standing in line, minding my own business, and this sweet young lady taps me on the shoulder and says, "I'm so sorry, but can I take a picture with you?" And I'm not one to like, sure, absolutely, let's take a picture. So I take the picture, I smile real big, and this is how I learned about poker vlogs. She walks away, she's like, "Thank you so much, Brad, you're the sweetest." I look at the guy next to me and I'm like, "Who's Brad?" And he kind of steps back, he's like, "I think she thought you were Brad Owen." That's how I learned who Brad Owen was. Again, I don't see it.
Yeah.
But I got mistaken for Brad Owen in Hollywood, Florida once.
And just to get back to the million, though, and talking about the satellites, our satellite Thursday night, we had people saying, "Why aren't you running a satellite every night of the week?" There's a certain amount of what's over flooding the market, if you will, making sure that you're particular about that. And I think you saw our satellite scheduled up there and chosen one. If you want to put that back up on the screen, we'll talk about that. I'm just wondering, I haven't seen yours. I didn't, just because I didn't look it up, but is it quite similar? Do you have a certain night of the week that you're doing satellites more than any other?
We actually had 2 satellites today. The 1 o'clock should probably be over by now. The 6 o'clock is obviously just getting started. We have them tomorrow. We have our 25K, but going forward, we'll have let me do the math here real quick. 8 seats.
Okay.
On Fridays, or on Sundays, excuse me, and then we'll have a 1,200 guarantee on Saturdays at 1, and then we'll also have another 8-seat guarantee at 6 o'clock on
At 6
Saturdays.
o'clock.
So Saturdays, Sundays are the big day. We're also going to have satellites, I believe, on Thursday.
Okay.
But just in case I'm misremembering something, Poker Atlas, get
Po-
that app,
Poker
get on
Atlas.
there, or check the Facebook page. It's
Okay.
all listed. We've got our calendar posted. My memory's failing me right now. I apologize. But Saturday and Sunday are the big days because
Okay.
we got 8 seats guaranteed. And again, we have also, when you come down, if you're there for cash, for whatever the case may be, we're running sit and goes.
Okay.
So as soon as we get 10 names on a list, boom, we're running the sit and go.
And what time of the day are you doing those sit and goes?
As soon as we get 10 names.
Oh, okay.
So you come in, tournament's going on, registration ends, few people bust out, and they're like, hey, I want to play the sit and go. I want to play the sit and go. As soon as we got 10 names, we fire it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sit and go. What is that price to get in? 60.
120.
120 to
120.
get in the sit and goes at
Yep.
Mad River. Okay, terrific.
Yeah, well, first place gets a seat. Second place will get Second place will get 300, and the third place will get 200.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's even a little bit of a cash payout.
Okay.
It's hard to beat a 30% ROI.
Well, I can't overemphasize, and Dom and I talk about this every time we're on the live stream, about the two poker rooms coming together. Really the kind of activities that we ought to be seeing on a regular basis between poker rooms. I'm going to get on my high horse a little bit here in terms of, really we're setting a great example. And it's not going to be, I don't anticipate it being limited to just our 2 rooms. We really believe that, particularly post-COVID, poker is going to continue to grow like it did 20 years ago. There's going to be more and more opportunities for people to play in big events like this without having to go to Vegas or California or Texas or something like that. We're going to continue to provide those. So we are just really excited, not because it's $1 million. It's fun to say $1 million. It's fun to say life-changing money. But it's also because, as you know, working for over a year there, and Dom and I have been here for quite a while, we're just excited about that coming together and putting something together between 2 different rooms and getting to know more and more of your staff and vice versa. So to that end, don't be surprised, and you won't be surprised, but we will be working together on the live stream. Day 3 is here. Actually, we've got a day 2 live stream going on, but day 3, the big day when we can finally see somebody take down that $200,000 plus prize, will be right here on the Reserve Poker live stream on Facebook. On YouTube. And we'll have Joey here in the booth with us. We'll be working here together to bring you that, and just really looking forward to that. It's going to be exciting. We have a little
beyond
interruption in our service tonight. That happens every once in a while, and so as you can see by the clock, we've got a few more minutes to go to get back to the action. And my understanding is that if a seat opens up, you might be on the list depending upon when your bus leaves.
Yeah, I'm not opposed.
All right.
I've been known to stretch my hamstring out and punt a little bit.
Very good. Well, what haven't we covered? Did I miss anything? What do we want to talk about with regards to this big event coming up?
Just show up and show out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's how. I've played in a lot of different events, but most of the events where you can win $200,000 is a 5-figure entry fee.
Yeah. Yes.
This is $600.
Right.
It's $600. It is an amount.
It's an amount.
But when it comes to these size prize pool, you cannot beat the value.
Right.
And we've got the double bag bonus. I mean, there's so many ways to make money, and this tournament just presents such an opportunity that I just don't think you can miss it.
Right.
Like if you play poker and you love poker and you're just trying to, actually great example, a little bit more big scale, but this is one of those events for us as a smaller community where this can make your whole year.
Yeah.
Like last year, everyone loves Danny Negreanu, and everybody who follows poker knows he was having a losing year. Then he played the big event, and it offset all the losses.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, come out and play this, and it takes care of your whole year.
Yeah.
Hopefully you win this one, and you keep winning.
Right. Right.
But just in case,
yeah.
Again, it'll solve a lot of problems.
Yeah. Well, and I
Buy a
think
house.
and I think a number of players at that level, $600 will play. I've got to believe that besides paying some bills and credit cards and putting money aside for the kids and the grandkids, whatever the case may be, in my mind it's also, so now that I've got this bankroll, what other events, aka the World Series of Poker, $10,000 buy-in, and the $600 buy-in gives you a window to that.
Yeah.
And even another data point to consider is the satellite. So just consider what $65 is going to do in a satellite, or $120 at a sit and go, potentially is going to take you to another level of poker and poker winnings. Yeah. So the possibilities are just fantastic.
Well, and to your point, I'm not familiar with the structure for your satellites, but the one that we have going on right now at 6 o'clock is a free roll.
Oh, yeah, we've got one of those scheduled, coming up.
So you show up and be like, hey, I'm here for the free roll, and pay $0 potentially, and win a seat.
Right.
So you can literally turn $0 into $200,000.
Yeah. And it's been done. And it's not like it's an impossibility. Certainly Moneymaker is one of the early ones to have proven that. But since then, there have been many stories like that. Yeah, just fantastic. So
poker
we are
is thriving.
Yeah.
This current state of poker, it's not dead. People have been saying that COVID, it's just blowing up, and the game's changed and evolved and gotten tougher in some ways, but the community's just gotten bigger. The pool's gotten bigger, and everybody just loves it. And the future is bright.
It is.
And our small role in it, I'm just so proud to be a part of. Proud to be here. I'm so grateful that you guys had me. And again, look forward to day 3.
Yes.
Here in Toledo for the final table when we do crown our champion.
Yeah.
And beyond that, just check out the Facebook page, jump on Poker Atlas, give us a call, any information you need. Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
looks like we're getting back to the action.
Back to the action. So I'm going to bring Dom back in, but thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Really
Thank
appreciate
you guys.
it.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah, and I'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
Absolutely.
And again, we did have interruption in our service tonight. This is the Regular Joe Poker Show. Fortunately, we had a lot to talk about. I had Joey Girolamo in here with me tonight. Dom is here. He's not out getting re-engaged or anything like that, or he is here tonight. And
fun night so far.
Yeah,
big night, fun night.
We are going to get back to the action. And thank you very much, everybody, for sticking with us.
Yeah, I got to speak with Duncan a little bit, too, just about some of the rooms and ideas and whatnot. Joey's up here from Mad River. It's an exciting time. We're approaching February soon. I'm sure you guys were going over that. That's why I kind of wanted to give you a little bit more time during that. There's a lot going on. But speaking about a lot going on right now, wow, did we jump right back into it? 1.2. In the middle, $1,200, Vic. Tranchel and Nick and Gary with mystery hands. Oh, it looks like we got Ace Queen. Wow. Coming back from break, and the game is just...
Right into a big game.
3 of clubs. Can't see the other hand currently right now. It looks like Tranchel and Nick is going to be shipping the sugar. Well, Tranchel and Nick now with the $1,200 pot. Welcome back, Tranchel and Nick. By the way, didn't he have some shout-outs, the little ones?
He did. So now that we're back in the action here, we got to talk about the shout-outs. And Tarantula Nick wants to make sure that Viviana gets a shout-out. His daughter is watching tonight, as probably his son, who always watch, young Nick. And so we want to make sure that we get that shout-out there. Gary,
did we talk about
Gary, who's re-upping here,
You're busy calling. I was like,
wanted to do a shout out to his daughter as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
kick him hard enough. All right.
Yeah, Viviana and Nick, I think we talked about those are the honorary viewers of the night, right? They're the VIP viewers of the night, right?
They are the VIP viewers of the night.
Yes.
Viviana and Nick, yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Viviana and
I had
Nick,
that
thank
written
you
down
watching
right
your
there.
dad, and you are the VIP viewers of the night. We appreciate you guys tuning in live on YouTube, live at the Reserve. Hope you're
I used to live in Georgia.
enjoying that last hand as we come back from break, seeing Dad bringing a $1,200 pot.
This is
He can get you all the Fruity Pebbles you want tomorrow for breakfast. I'll tell you that much.
in Savannah.
Get some help from your neighbor.
Yeah, it's a nice surprise seeing Joey and Duncan from Mad River when I walked in today.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right,
so-
we just got word in the ear here that there will be another restart. We've been kind of going over everything we possibly could in these last 15 minutes. So when this restart happens, Dom and I are going to take a break as well. We're going to regroup. We'll
Okay.
make sure that we sit down with Kyle Duncan, the owner of Mad River in Dayton, and the floor supervisor who was just with me in the booth, Joey Garalmo, and make sure that we do some more strategery conversations.
Hey, actually,
So-
I wonder if we could get Duncan back here. Maybe you can get a break. I had one. Do you think you could maybe ask Duncan?
I'll go find out.
Yeah, see if Duncan possibly, and if not, we'll at least keep our 1 million guarantee.
What's that? Oh, never mind, everybody. Never mind.
Neo.
Don't
Now,
go anywhere.
There's a reason why we call Tyler Neo, the chosen one from the Matrix. He ended up fixing the bug, so we're gonna stick around. False alarm, by the way. Oh, we got Power Token there too. Is MGM going as Guppy right now?
He is going as Guppy right now. I asked MGM Bob if he had any shouts out. Things didn't go well for him Thursday night, and so he says, I'm still a little embarrassed. He was, and so his good friend Buddha, was right there saying, hey, buddy, come on, you got to shake this off. And he looks up and he says, all right, then I'll say hello to Christy Jane. Or no, that's Bob's, but I forgot my train of thought. We're back to the hand, but anyway,
We'll get it eventually.
we'll get it
but-
eventually.
But right now, Power Toke is still in lead with Ace High, but an open ender for Guppy. And Power Toke does have a gut shot to Broadway.
Oh, that's not Bob. That's not MGM. Guppy is. We're gonna get this straightened out.
We will find out. Like I said, I just sat down and we had a little break, so we're gonna get everyone's code names, aliases, down and about. Oh,
There's Guppy. There's
shocker!
Guppy. All right.
Shocker that's Guppy right there.
Yep.
I mean, he's gonna take it down. Guppy though with a semi bluff, with just Queen High at the moment, takes down a pot over Power Toke. By the way, if you're wondering why he goes by the alias Power Toke, there was a live stream that Ryan was on here where we thought he said he had to step outside to smoke real quick, and he was back in almost 15 seconds flat. So I said, man, that must, been a quick, hit with a cigarette or something like that. And,
Yeah.
a true Power Toke. So that's why he goes by Power Toke now as a running joke. Is the fastest departure from the table I've ever seen.
And Guppy, with that, we need to do his shout out. And his shout out is he's got 2 dogs that are watching tonight, TJ and Lena.
That's
And,
real.
Your daddy wants to remind you, just because you don't have thumbs doesn't mean you can't hit that like button. And likewise, everybody that's with us tonight, please hit that like button. We'd greatly appreciate it.
So that's real right now.
And
That's a first.
That's a first. Guppy would also like to shout out to his future wife, whoever that might be.
Oh, okay.
Now Buddha wakes up with pocket aces, back to poker.
Farmers Only is going to be our next sponsor on here after Guppy. We're going to get Farmers Only as a sponsor. But yeah, pocket aces for Buddha. He's going to bump it up the action now. Looks like 45 to go. Should be getting audio back sooner rather than later too. I know a couple of people are wondering about that. But then you get to hear myself and Vic go at the hands, which is always good. And Mr. Enright.
Mr. Enright, he's
Yeah.
going to come along. We're going to be three-handed into this pot. This could get a little messy.
Yeah, 141 in the middle. This is a nice size, a nice pot builder by Buddha here. Pretty good shape. We have a 10 Jack board. Interesting flop because Mr. Coffee flopped an open-ender. Enright also flopped a natural 2 pair, but Buddha
Oh,
with the
and Buddha
overpair.
checks that.
And I understand why Bob was thinking maybe ace king ace queen with that check. Buddha, the way he played that flop, is pretty much getting max value so
He
far.
is,
As long as
Mike.
he avoids what a 10 king or an 8 on the river. Buddha made this a big one. Looks like roughly around $1,200. Man, we came back from that break.
Wow.
Vic, and all of a sudden pretty much back-to-back $1,200 pots.
Big action here.
Yeah, in a span of about 8-10 minutes. Saturday Night Poker live at the Reserve, off to a hot start. And a 3.
Oh,
That's a blank of all blanks.
Buddha does escape that. There's side action between he and Mr. Coffee. And here comes a big pot going Buddha's way, who's already off to a pretty decent start.
And once again, Buddha, early in the live stream, getting a huge mound of chips. We've seen this. It's not a coincidence. Seems like he either gets down early and does an amazing comeback, or he gets up big and keeps going. Man, the power of the Buddha. Also, got to love Buddha's swag. I'm just saying, Monday is coming up. Vic, got to do a little plug there. I know
That's
you're pretty
right.
much like Michigan with your Bears.
And where are you going to be on Monday?
I'm actually going to be going up to my brother's house. We're having a family day, pretty much.
Okay.
Picking up my father and my stepmom, and my cousins and uncles are going to be there. A couple close friends. We probably have about 20 of us.
Where,
together
what
for
town
game.
is that in?
In Clawson, Michigan.
Clawson. Okay.
Yep, Clawson, Michigan. Hopefully my nieces can even be there too. I'd like to witness that with them, but yeah, no, it'll be a good time with the family. Man, another big. I just can't. Buddha has just been on a roll. I've seen Buddha and Dr. Bourne have really stood out though as two players who have been on a roll, and I guess we can even put Christoph in that, but he's been away out of the country
Right.
on vacation. But if you count him and just some players in the last few months that have really stood out, playing consistent on this live stream, having positive results. Good to see. Good people too. I'm a fan of pretty much everyone at this table too. Good cast of characters. Mr. Coffee in the house too with Ace King offsuit. He's actually been playing on a lot more live streams, and I'm liking it.
I know. He's really, for the last, since we opened, almost 3 years ago, primarily been a tournament player.
And a very good one.
Yeah, and I think he kind of got baited into playing the live stream by Dr. Boring because of their continuous interactions together. And ever since then, he's having so much fun, he keeps coming back.
Yeah. No, he's-
And if you want to be part of the live stream, Cash Games is just as simple as picking up the phone, letting us know, calling here to the reserve in Toledo, Ohio. And the schedule is up on the dry erase board. Whoever answers the phone can help you with either on a date that's in the immediate future or maybe in the distant future. And make sure that you get on the list. And it looks like we've got a call here.
Oh, with a 4-bet with Ace King Tarantula and Nick coming along for the ride, and this is
Oh.
a trouble flop for him.
Very troublesome flop, and he's going to go all in. He did not put Mr. Coffee on that strong a hand, and it's going to be Ace King, Ace 4. Tarantula Nick has 3 outs here. He just got a big pot. And he didn't have a lot here to give up from that stack to Mr. Coffee, but still, big hand here.
Yeah, I think with the break, Tarantula's Nick's stack
The numbers.
the numbers are a little skewed because
Numbers
we
are
had
off.
that break.
Yep.
I'm sure. Wow, yeah, they would have done the same thing on the turn anyway. And Mr. Coffee's going to pick up a big one though. Nice hand.
Tonight we've got a tournament going on in the main room, and that is a $30 buy-in. And tomorrow at 1 o'clock, we will have our Sunday fun day. That's a $100. That's a one re-entry only. But tonight's a lot of fun as well. That's a $3,000 prize pool guarantee for $30. And then last night, we got to talk about what happened last night and the night before. Last night, with the free roll, just another big turnout again, Dom.
Huge turnout with the tournament. Also, we had our 1-1 cash games. It's a great way if you're, with the free roll tournament, it's all about getting poker players, especially newer ones, experience. Or if you're an experienced player, just coming in, little stress-free atmosphere and having fun.
Yeah.
It kills two birds with one stone. But then with our 1-1 cash game, it's a $100 max buy-in. We had 2 tables going till 3 a.m. I think one went later. I mean, it's been an awesome atmosphere on Friday nights at the Reserve. Can't speak highly enough about it. It's pretty much becoming our power day of the week. If we have power hour, can we have a power day?
That is absolutely. Friday is the power day, and what's also shaking up to be a power day now for the month of January is the satellites that are happening every Thursday. $65 buy-in gets you potentially a seat into the $600 buy-in to the million, and we had a huge turnout here Thursday night. We wound up with 123 entries, and 15 people are going forward with a coupon, if you will, a voucher at a flight of their choice for the $600 buy-in. And now let's get back to the poker action. We got three-handed. Mr. Coffee picks up pocket fives after taking down a big and
Tarantula Nick flopping a monster, Vic.
Yeah.
Flops the nuts on a rainbow board. Gary, though, not a horrible flop. He's going to check over the Mr. Coffee. He just won a big pot, so he's going to try to play his table image right now, playing the heater. Fortunately for him, Nick is just lying in the weeds, ready to pounce.
It's interesting that the hand before we had Nick kind of going into Mr. Coffee's buzzsaw, and now we've got the complete opposite. Nick has got just a monster in front of him, and Mr. Coffee's betting right into him. Might be a sizable bet here, the right size bet to get Gary to come along, and he does. So now 305 in the pot, Tom.
It was a big hand alert, and now an ace. What a great card for Tarantula Nick. Gary now hitting top pair with a gut shot the Broadway. There's two. I'm surprised. Very nice check for Gary, because a lot of times, Vic, with 2 hearts out there and the straight draw, if you feel like you're at best.
Oh, and Neil, Mr. Coffee.
The bluffing shoes are on right now, and it's at the wrong time and the wrong place. He is drawing dead.
At a time when he should have his running shoes on.
Oh, look at the Oscar. The double wipe of the eyes. The double wipe of the eyes from Tarantula Nick. And, a little speech talk?
Yeah.
Obviously, the audio will be back on shortly. We can't get it now, but he said something. He did a double wipe of the eyes with the speech talk. And here's the audio back at the right time, all in a slam of chips.
Oh, my goodness. Viviana, did you realize that your dad was going to be going for an Oscar tonight? Because that's what he's doing.
And the way he's acting, Gary might even think about this.
So, Buddha, how about those tamales? How about those Wolverines? Tamales?
And he's got a call from Gary. Mr. Coffee gets out of the way.
Nice speech, too.
Comment on the speech. It was an Oscar-winning moment from Tarantula Nick.
And that was not lost on the room at all, but he's going to continue to he's going to pick up the goods here, open the envelope, and the award goes to
Tarantula Nick.
Tarantula Nick.
Who's back up to at least 1,200 in front of him right now. So Nick having a good night.
Yeah, so lot poker, that was last night for our free roll tournament. Right around 9:30, as people start to bust out of that tournament, we get cash game going. And special to our Friday night crowd, we keep that to a 1-1 game with a $40 to $100 buy-in. Tonight, just to make sure we got the right point of reference. This is a 1-3 no limit hold'em cash game. This is a $500 buy-in. We are 10-handed, and we actually do have a couple of people on a waiting list to get into this game tonight. So we anticipate being able to stay 10-handed all the way till 10:15 tonight.
We got Mad River in the house today. Duncan and Joey.
That's why I was pausing. That's what's pausing. It really just depends on
Take you off. You're such a jerk here, you'll take the rest of my money. Nick, you get the Academy Award for that performance.
Sure.
Oh, so I think you missed it. The ace 10 and the ace 4 hand. When you were talking about him having ace 4, he goes like, I don't know. Sometimes I just flop the nuts too.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of,
You know the first liar ain't got a chance.
I didn't have ace 10, by the way. I had ace 10.
No, the hand that you. Oh yeah, I guess you had ace against ace 4, ace king against ace 4. Yeah.
35.
It was a 10 on the board, wasn't it?
Yes, K-Lot Poker, that 1-1 game that we have on Friday nights is open to everybody. So even if you have not come in to play the tournament, the free roll on Friday night, good rule of thumb is right around 9:30. Come on in and you can get on the list
I think I'm going to get that.
Got it, you got it.
and play in that Friday night cash game. Hope that answers your question.
I wanted to tell Nick, hey Nick, there's other fucking people in the hand. Talking about.
I'm getting Thursday vibes.
Right away.
We are definitely trending into a Thursday night.
I don't ever believe that idiot.
I was trying to get his
You're
money.
still trying to act?
No, 100%. I thought he had exactly what he had. Air. I thought you critical.
Man, it's
Had
easy
ace queen or
it's
ace
easy to
jack?
think that somebody's got exactly what they have.
Ace
when
jack
they
would have been a
haven't.
nuts.
I thought you had air twice. I was right one time.
I mean, what's the difference? What I have, you got the nuts.
No thanks.
Anybody hungry?
No.
I'm good, thank you.
They're good tamales.
You want to split in order?
Me? No, I just ate.
I thought you just said they were
I
good.
mean, he just tripled
I just
up
ate.
and he wants you to
Take
buy
'em
him
home.
one.
What kind of, your burritos?
I'm
They're
thinking.
It's just too much.
Gotta get 12?
Yeah, they are big.
Pero I sell the last one.
Oh, but you don't have any.
No, never.
Son, you really-
Bueno, está bien. Do you want in this moment tamales or no?
I was trying to order.
Sounds like no. Thank you.
Bueno, gracias.
Come along.
Burrito is good. The last couple times she didn't have any burritos. Last time they got.
Delicious tamales, may I add.
25 or 20?
They used to really. They fall on a lot.
We got a call of $20 after Guppy, who has both of his dogs watching. And here comes Jordan
Good ace queen.
with Ace Jack suited. He's going to bump it up to 100. I want to give a shout out to Jordan too. I was really impressed with his PLO play on our Omaha live stream.
Or not enchiladas.
And
tamales.
right now, kind of picking up where he's leaving off, where his timing and his reads on what other players' hand strengths are is pretty accurate. And you're seeing him putting in a raise where he's sharing with both players, where he's got them both out kicked. And there's a jack right in the window, but this could be a troubled flop. Jack 7-10, top 2 pair for Guppy, top pair, top kicker for Jordan. Just a gut shot for Enright.
Academy Award level.
But this is a big hand alert, folks.
Nick, Nick, look.
Normally, I don't like losing that amount of money. but
Nick, I'm gonna be throwing this at you.
You made it worth it. I don't even mind.
You didn't hear me.
That'll be a fun one to watch on the stream. That'll be a fun one.
Nick, I will be throwing this fucker at you.
One of the coolest things I've ever seen on TV.
Yeah, with the straight and the flush draw out there. 3 players in the hand. Raise announced from Guppy.
You know, the round pops out, and he's got the guy on the ground. He's got his foot on his chest. He takes the bullet and he throws it at him. He says, "If I ever see you again, the next one's coming fast."
And here it goes, folks.
Most
Buckle up.
badass thing I've ever seen, dude. So cool.
Looks like 375 is the
It's not
bet.
Justified. You ever watch that show?
Yeah.
Raylan Gill.
Big hand alert. Yeah. All your cousins, but I'm not involved. So.
Call your cousin, call your neighbor.
As you can see, again, we had a reset earlier in the live stream, so some of these players' chip amounts are a little off. I'm sure throughout the live stream we'll get that corrected. But Jordan definitely has a lot more than 283 behind him. And he makes the call. He's going to be drawn to an ace and an ace only. A king or a queen won't be a bad card for him on the turn. And there's an 8, a 4-card straight. The ace-9 actually would have hit. We're going to see a free card. Horrible run out for Guppy. 4-card straight gets on the board. Then if a player's floating ace king, the queen gets there. So he checks behind. But Guppy's going to take down an $1,100 pot. 576 profit. Nice hand, Guppy. Jordan's got to be feeling pretty good about himself right there. Pretty relieved. Lost the minimum with that situation.
I remember. Oh, did I? It should have been more, whatever it was.
There's Power Tote coming back. But yeah, what a great lineup tonight.
Pete, gonna reach
Guppy, Mr. Black, Gary, Jordan, you know, MGM, Power Tote, Tarantula Nick, Buddha, and right. Just a good group of guys, players. Just even to have around the table for conversation purposes, along with their poker play. Buddha with my favorite hand in poker, pocket 8s. He's going to bump it up to 60. Tarantula Nick with a mystery hand. Oh, Power Toke now with the dirty diaper. He's going to let it go. Now over the Jordan.
Raised to 180. Change that up for me, please.
And he's going to 3-bet this up to 180. And this puts Buddha in a situation here where if you look at the chips behind Jordan, you almost want to just go all in or fold.
Yeah, that's cool.
Right away on the flop. He'll take a peek. If it's a low one. I think I see an 8 on that board.
Hair just kept going out.
Wow.
Yeah. 8, deuce, 6. Buddha flopping top set. Jordan representing an overpair with that shove.
Where the fuck is your horseshoe? Up in my it smells like Hey, it's supposed to start snowing this week. Snowmen are alive. He calls them dog balls.
And Buddha in the driver's seat here. Jordan is drawing dead. We're still going to run this out, but Buddha's about to take down another big pot. Get close to 2,000 early in the live stream. The power of the Buddha compels you.
Wait, I got a chance to win a fucking hand.
Nice hand, Buddha. Thanks, bud. Lucky shot there.
Hey, don't send
And this isn't a rerun from Thursday, folks. This is a new live stream. Buddha again with a monster stack in front of him.
Knock him down like that. I like this stack.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, please smash that like button, that thumbs up. Kenneth, thanks for the kind words. Kimberly, $5 are the red chips. 25 are the greens. Hundreds are the black chips. Love seeing the chat message board active.
I thought the same.
and Rubber Ducky jammed on me.
What?
Yeah. He didn't put the duck in the pot that time.
I didn't see
Shoved
the
the
answer, I
duck.
wouldn't have asked you like that.
All right, Enright's going to bump it up to $15 with 10-9 of clubs.
I said he's so fucking lucky.
That's jealous. The fucking part means you're jealous. If you'd have just said, "Food is so lucky," then that's not very
The
jealous.
expletive was.
Yeah, it's that fucking part. It sounds
No
like
one
jealous.
finger pole. They don't like.
Boy, I wish I was using Buddha.
All right, comes Gary with ace-6 offsuit. Mr. Black with pocket nines
I'm
here.
not jealous though, I'm just saying.
He's going to see a flop, 4 players.
Four players.
Oh, I thought it was pocket nines. It was 9-8 offsuit. My mistake. But we have a deuce 10-9 board. Diamonds are there. 2 players with monster hands. Mr. Enright with top 2. MGM Bob with top pair, top kicker. Mr. Black even flopping mid pair.
This is 75.
Here we go. Buckle up.
All in.
There's all of it from Mr. Enright.
Luck all in.
Hey, Marge. How are you?
Vic, we just saw
378.
Buddha flop top set. And taking out Jordan. Jordan had to reload, and now all of a sudden, very next hand. Boom, boom, boom. Hand after hand, big pot after big pot, live at the reserve.
Good luck, Bob.
Oh, wow.
The Bob
I forgot that.
Look at you.
Speaking of, I just brought Dom in some treats here, some little chocolate candies, but we've got a big shout out to
379.
Grandma, to Marge.
Are these fair game?
Huh?
Are those fair game?
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, so
Enright picking up a nice pot there.
nice pot there for Mr. Enright. And what I was trying to mention here while they were playing was that big shout out, thank you to Marge, a.k.a. Grandma, a.k.a. One of the best bakers in the world, takes care of us here at the Reserve. She came in Friday morning for the 10-15 tournament, whereby I had a $65 bounty on my head, and just brought unbelievable amount of treats for everybody, cupcakes, brownies. As always, she brings me something gluten-free. It's the lemon bars. And I thought when you walked in, Marge, man, that looks like a lot for just a Friday morning tournament. Of course, we had the free roll last night. And by the time the second break of the free roll came around, I think
It was gone.
it was almost gone. Yeah, it
Mr.
was
Black,
gone.
by the way.
So great job. Thank
Ace
you
king
again,
offsuit.
Marge.
Big hand for Mr. Black.
She even turned on me.
We got 4 players.
4 players in the pot.
Now we know who she loves.
Mr. Black in the lead. And he's going to stay there even after the flop on a 10-6 ace board, all diamonds.
You green with envy.
Somehow Gary, with the 2, is the only one with the flush draw.
Okay. Heads up.
Now we're going to go heads up here to the turn.
That's the board you needed there, Bob.
Fifty.
You read my mind. I had no heartache.
Wow.
Oh, both players rivering a full house. That's a nice betting size. I think Bob
Yeah.
wanted to keep him honest in case he was drawing for diamonds.
Stop nothing.
Mr. Black showing the goods and getting max value out of that hand.
So I'm not going to accuse Mr. Enright of being one-dimensional here, but if I were if I were forced to just give one quick description of Mr. Enright's game, I would say no fear. No fear. He really, I've known Mr. Enright playing around the Toledo area for over 20 years, and he just plays, he plays a very strong game, but he doesn't play with any fear at all.
And he plays pretty fast.
You can't intimidate him. You can't, it's pretty hard to bluff him. Plays a very strong game with a very strong mindset about the game. And he loves the game.
Yeah.
Absolutely loves the game.
Trenchel and Nick back in the saddle.
Kiwi Colleen, just thought I'd let you know, I'll be going to the post office on Monday morning and sending that hat off to New Zealand. We got all that information. So thanks for watching again tonight.
Oh, big hand alert. Jordan bumped it up to 75. Gary with pocket kings hasn't even acted yet. And look at that, Vic. A little smooth call action. Laying out the trap.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen a few 10-high boards so far.
Mr. Enright, fearless, coming in for 65 to round it up to 75.
Well, he just won those in the prior hand, so he's free rolling this one.
Three-handed here. Kara at the helm. Here comes the flop.
A couple of sixes with a 3 and hearts. Gary still hugely in the lead. He's really disguising his hand.
Just not get the football game on. I'm talking about the one tonight.
60 from Jordan.
I'm all in.
No, the one that started at 5. It's probably 2-minute warning.
I'm even putting my blue ones in. Fuck it.
And that's the wrong place, the wrong time for Jordan now.
Yeah.
Uncharacteristically, because like I said, seen him on the PLO and even a couple plays he played earlier in the live stream, just in the last 20 minutes. He's picked the wrong times, but I will stand by what I say. I've seen him play on this live stream a lot. Normally he knows where he's at in the hand.
Nick's around. Huh?
That's definitely a strength of his.
No. What do you mean?
There's no gun about it.
No, I know it.
You take that out yourself.
They're blanks. And I can throw them at somebody. No, I did not.
Especially if you hit him in the eye.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't matter. You ain't gonna tell me anything.
Oh, I did a 6.
Pocket 6.
I swear you had ace-6 based on the pre-flop. Like, there's no way you're calling.
You only had one card, just a 6.
No, ace-6 for 75.
And hello to you as well, Otis. Thanks again for joining us tonight. Everybody, thank you very much for joining us up here at the Reserve Poker Club, Toledo, Ohio.
By the way, you know what Buddha told me today that I didn't know?
What's that?
You know how on Thursdays they have the no knit chip and $45? They were doing it for charity with the Toys for Tots.
Yeah.
Since then, they've been throwing it all to the dealers, every single one.
Wow.
I just want to give a shout out to the Thursday night crew.
That's
for a class
fantastic.
act, going to the dealers, working hard. I think that was a classy move.
Now I can go to the bathroom. Nick, you didn't pee on
It's that good juju that Buddha brings.
It really is.
Oh my God.
Oh, is Ace King the hand of the night, Vic?
That
Are we
is
seeing
the
it one
hand
out of
the
every
night.
3 hands?
My goodness. Coming up all the time here, this time on the button for Guppy. Mr. Coffee looked like he was poised to try to come in with his couple of hearts and a queen, but he gets out of the way after that raise to 45. Now Enright pocket 8s. The question is, does he raise it up? He makes the call. Buddha, couple of diamonds, king 5. And Buddha's going to come along.
Well, he is playing in the spot that OG John plays on Tuesdays, and we know OG John likes his suited king 5s, king 7s.
That's a snap call from OG with the king 5 of diamonds at that price range.
And we got a ace, deuce, 7 board, couple of spades. Great flop for Guppy.
An inviting bet here. $60 for Mr. Enright makes the call.
And a blank for Mr. Enright. Queen of diamonds, but looks like he's reaching for a little bluffing chip.
He is.
Man, we've seen that so far. Multiple hands on this live stream. Players trying to, and I love it. It's entertaining. They're trying to bluff, but they're doing it in the monsters.
Well, and I think I got to give Guppy credit here for that $60 bet. I think that kind of set that up here. He's also going for an Oscar where he's not trying to show his hand as being as strong as it is. And we're going to go to the river here. And a third spade. And Enright decides not to try to represent the spades.
No, TMI is.
And with a check from Bob Enright, let's see if Guppy decides to try to get some more value in here, or does that third spade scare him off a little bit, slow him down.
They thought it was a joke. Everybody used it. My brother gave it back to me
And
the next year. Hey, if you ain't had a Bodega, I'm telling you.
And there it is, Guppy.
There it is, a nice pot there, $476.
I'm telling you.
They sell ones you can like hook up.
Going Guppy's way.
That's what I got. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I didn't build a Bodega.
Right. Everyone
got
I
it
know
like
that
that.
has one loves it. I've never done it, but
No, it's good. Unless you forget to change it from female to male, then you can squirt it, plug your ears.
I don't know what's going on at the table right now with the talk.
There was a conversation about something where Gary
You just were
said
thinking of the tickle, huh?
that there was no
I'm hoping the PSI
gunpowder.
turned up on
It's just a blank.
like a power washer for
It feels like
them rough days.
He's got a custom one.
Tarantula Nick now.
Again.
A shout out again to Viviana.
You wouldn't have to worry about
Viviana and Nick, our featured viewers of the night. VIP viewers. Ace King, he's going to raise it up to 15.
Sit down.
back to the game.
I'm telling you, you do.
$15 to go.
Bob would love to make a little bit of a comeback here versus what he experienced on Thursday night. Mr. Black is looking things up with his 9-4 of diamonds.
Dom and Vicar tried
And I don't know how Buddha,
Yeah, 15
well, he's certainly not get away from this, but he might even raise this up, that $15 bet. And sure enough, there's a raise in the big
Oh.
line from
We have a bounty. I think Otis put a $20 bounty. Who felts Mr. Black?
Oh, wow.
Put a couple blue chips away.
Does that go to the dealer or the player? That's what we have to. Otis, clarify that. Does it go to whatever dealer felts him, or whatever player felts him?
Did they?
Right.
Right, just last name.
Oh, you heard him say my name?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I was wondering about that.
And I didn't pull that one together too before we talked earlier.
Whether it's pocket eights or king eight, eights have been hot tonight, showing up on a lot of flops.
Tarantula Nick pretty disappointed with that board, particularly after MGM Bob comes out with a bet of 40. He's got
double 20 for the player, 20 for the dealer.
Yeah, I mean, well, they keep coming up.
then I only got to pay one other one.
No, there's 8 of them in there. It's crazy 8 tonight.
Crazy eights tonight is what they're calling it. Eights have been going around the table as well as Ace King.
It's 8-8.
And not so much an Oscar nomination there for Nick, who looks pretty disappointed, and I would be too. Get a big starting hand like that, and then it just goes south in a hurry. We got a $10 button straddle here from Mr. Bob Enright. This is our Saturday night regular Joe Poker Show.
Raise to 20.
Ryan's going to get aggressive here with his King 9 of Hearts, and he's going to raise it up to 20. MGM Bob, couple of spades, Queen Jack. Now Jordan with ace 10, and he's going to go ahead and raise this. Now the bet is 120. Oh my goodness. Dom, look at this now. Aces. And what's he going to do with this? He's got raising chips coming out, and it looks to be close to $300 on top of. So he does 4-bet this with the aces. Makes it $300. Mr. Coffee gets out of the way quickly. Enright, king 4 offsuit.
Well, the Guppy's on a heater.
He is on a heater, and now Ryan, a.k.a. Power Toke, realizing he might have his thumb caught in the fan belt, and he gets out of the way. So does MGM Bob. Now back to Jordan with the 3-bet, and he's going to lay down the ace-10 offsuit. And Guppy shows the aces. And $159 profit there for Guppy.
Well, I mean,
very nice play there from Guppy.
It seems like that's what's Guppy over and over and over again, Vic. Ace King moments ago, now pocket aces.
And then she goes 115, and I was like,
When does it end?
What?
He doesn't want it to, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, put the black one out.
Is that center?
Yeah.
Center.
You let off with the black one.
Thank you.
Yeah, you get it down. What are we doing?
10.
Take your time. 50.
Raise it 50.
Nick's got his fan club tonight. He definitely wanted to shout out to Viviana and Nick. I'm sure he wants to do a shout out to Barb as well. Back to the action now. MGM Bob. He's going to raise up to 50 with the ace-9 of hearts under the gun, and he's definitely trying to get something going. And Ryan just keeps bumping into these big hands, and we have seen some big hands. Now, he doesn't know that it's what you might call just ace-9 of hearts, and he's pretty close to a coin toss. But he is going to make the call. And we're going to go heads up to a flop here.
Well,
Clubs versus hearts. Queen 10 versus ace 9. Kara at the helm, and here it comes.
The Power Toke versus MGM. What more can you ask for? And there's the Power Toke. Flopping top pair.
30.
You didn't buy that here, did you? 30. Yeah. Coke?
And a quick fold there
Oh, okay. That's what I got.
Power Toke.
from MGM Bob. Power Toke trying to pick up some momentum here.
Sugar free.
I actually prefer Pepsi.
I used to, but
We are the reserve.
Actually, I prefer
Toledo, Ohio. We had the privilege at the beginning of tonight's broadcast to have Joey Girolamo here. He is the floor manager at Mad River down at Dayton. He's in town here with Duncan so that Jim and Marissa and Duncan
taken me about
can go over some of the finite details of our big $1 million prize pool guarantee coming up starting February 1st. Many places to get that information. Go to the reservepoker.com. Also, you can go to the Mad River Poker on Facebook. They have information just like we do, but they also have information about their satellites.
By the way, do we need a Power Toke run right now for some hands? Because I guarantee if he wins about 2 or 3 in a row, he's one of the funniest guys on Friday nights.
Yeah, he's a little quiet tonight,
which I'm not used to.
Right.
He's in the top 5% funniest guys.
Oh, he was having a ball last night at the free roll. You're right. And now we've got pretty much a limp pot with 5 players. This is the smallest starting pot we've seen tonight. Plenty of action, but this could grow quickly.
If you build it, they will come. And we have a 6 King 5 board. Couple of spades, Tarantula Nick with the nut flush draw. Bottom pair for Mr. Coffee. Bottom pair for MGM. Mid pair for Power Toke. Power Toke, right now you got the best of it. made hand-wise. I think everyone else would like to have Tarantula Nick's hand.
Yeah, and now four-handed.
And there's a 10 of hearts, and that doesn't change anything. Just gives Power Toke the advantage. And the run-out Power Toke in the lead right now.
22.
He bets out 22. And this is probably going to go through. Don't see anybody trying to challenge this or go over the top. And you kind of called it, Dom. You said you thought perhaps there'd be a run. And he that's a good hand for him to show. When he's had a slow start, he's got the smaller stack, and it's a good position for him to be in to show that hand.
Yeah,
because now he's going to get some callers when he's got some stronger hands.
The power of the Power Toke. Nice hand, Ryan.
Yeah, Colleen, no, there is no smoking in the room.
That's an unlit cigarette.
It's an unlit cigarette. We also allow no vaping in any part of our indoor of our building. You have to take that outside as well.
It's like the Sammy Farha.
But it is kind of the Sammy Farha look for Power Toke. Pretty much has a cigarette either in his hand, his mouth, or in his ear when he's playing poker.
I thought that was a genius thing. And I've never been a cigarette smoker, but what a genius marketing tool Sammy Farha had against Moneymaker. Because, I mean, when he did that, everyone just... Because sometimes you forget names.
Yeah.
If you're just a new poker player, watch him on TV, but everyone remembered, oh, Sammy, the guy with the unlit cigarette that always have in his mouth. You know, it was a great marketing tool for himself.
And he's going on a run here. Now in the button, he's going to pick up ace, queen of clubs, and he's going to raise to $30. He's betting right into Gary, who's got pocket queens. The question is there a raise coming here or just a smooth call?
Now, Gary in the past has smooth called just with kings earlier. Let's see if he does the same thing with the ladies.
Raise.
Oh, nope.
Going to raise it up.
This one differently.
Going to first put out the call amount.
125 on top.
And then he's going to bring 125 out on top.
Yes, sir. What is that? What's in the end of the? I said 125 on top. Okay, I didn't know. I thought she's seen it.
And Power Toke has been a little card dead, so this is sometimes where you look down at ace queen suited and you've been card dead the whole live stream. Oh, he takes off the glasses.
Otis asks a good question here, whether we can get those bounty chips out on the table. We did give the information to Jim, so we'll see. This is a 15-minute delay, so he just did get that information. We'll see if that happens.
If not, I'll have Vic go ask, because Vic has more pull around here than I do. Those are just facts.
Nicky, you didn't send me that sticker.
Now, just because Power Toke, a.k.a. Ryan, did count out those chips, I think he wanted to see where he would be if he made the call. And he lays it down and shows the ace-queen of clubs.
Nice
that
fold.
prompts Gary to show the queens. So a nice fold there, disciplined fold there from Ryan.
Yeah.
It helped that I had to do what you needed. I'm watching it. Garrett, sorry.
But speaking of bounty chips, we did have our Friday morning tournament. We're going to be doing that every Friday, 10:15. It's a $65 buy-in. We had a great turnout for that. I believe there were 53 entries on a Friday morning. Kind of started that off with a $25 bounty on my head. That then became 50. That then became 60. It then became 65. And so here's the news, folks. I fired a few bullets, but my first bullet, I went out with pocket kings. Everybody was staring at my chip. They wanted that bounty chip in the worst way. And I was just down to 11,000 early on. Go all in, and I get two callers. One of those was Ray Brent, and the other caller was one of our newer players. And so they each had a 7 in their hand and wound up getting a straight. So I got knocked out from that bullet, and they chopped the bounty chip, and then they took that chop and they put it in the dealer tip bucket for the day.
Classy move.
Classy move. In the meantime, it was a lot of fun.
Oh, look at this. The Nemesis suited, Vic. Raise it up to 55.
There's our cumulative winnings for tonight. You can see Guppy and Buddha, Nick having a pretty good night so far. We've got some red here for the bottom 6 players. I don't want to call it the bottom because we still have at least 2 hours to go, 2.5 hours to go here tonight. Plenty of time for that chart to change. And we've seen it time and time again, Tom. It changes quickly here in this game.
And I do think that Guppy has actually 2,000 in front of him. So we do have one player with 2,000 mark, but like I said, with the restart, the chips have been a little bit off tonight. I'm not sure. Tyler, is it possible? Do we even have time? That would probably be too much for the dealer to go around and get a chip count on everyone.
Then you'll be doing
It is not mandatory, if that's what you're asking.
Is that feasible, Tyler?
You want me to just make it at 5:10?
Let's just go all in dark, everybody.
Oh, there's some degen.
They want to go. One guy win a huge pot, and everybody else goes home right.
The stream will be over in the next 10 minutes if we play boots. Sorry.
They might have gotten caught up here on the chip count. All right, going to get Tyler to work on that. In the meantime, we've got Queen 10-3.
Because I think Guppy has like 2,300 in front of him.
We only get 4 hours.
Power toke.
Chatter for an hour,
He's got
we
the
get
queen.
Right?
And Buddha's going to come along.
And I drive 2 hours to get here, so come on.
He's got a 10. Now another spade comes on the board. And a check from Buddha. Back over to Ryan.
And if you're power toke, you're not hating the 9.
No,
it
you're
just gave
not.
you a gut shot for a straight draw.
This hand of poker wins again.
And there is a bit of a momentum swing here going to Ryan's direction. Let's see if we can kind of keep that going.
I just had a 10. I can't call it.
You told me that. I did that.
So we will be doing that 10-15 tournament on Friday mornings. I don't know that we'll have another bounty like that again unless somebody comes forward. But yeah, like I was saying, it was a lot of fun. I did fire 3 bullets at it. My second bullet was Ace-Jack against Ace-10. And then my final bullet was against our dealer, Paul.
Okay.
And I had queens, and I pushed quite a bit in with not many chips. And Paul went all in, so I snap called, and I learned over the queens. And Paul says, well, I didn't think you were that strong, but he had ace-king. So my queens were defeated by ace-king, and that was it for the night. But it was a lot of fun. Please come out on Friday mornings at 10:15. Doors open up at 9:30. $65 buy-in. Now back to poker action here. 3-way action.
Yeah, deuce, queen, 10 board, couple of clubs.
He's so busy, like between hands.
Mr. Black, mid pair. Putting out a little feeler.
That is his.
He's out there working right now.
That is his thing, though. He's
Full.
a fast game. Does not like.
Heads up.
At least he's consistent.
The feeler bet called.
Oh,
Mr. Enright, and oh boy.
Big turn, now Broadway in the mix.
It's funny, last time we played, 2 different times it was on Bob.
Yeah.
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 And he's yelling at the guy next to him.
2 different times.
Clock!
He called clock on himself.
Yeah, he did.
It was
Vic,
Well,
look
that's
what you
'cause
did.
threw him off.
I would have been fine.
Candy wrappers are stacking up here in
He
the
always
commentating
missed about
booth.
2 hands ago with that, and couldn't focus on the hand we were in.
You know what? I don't know what's more fun.
Nice hand, Mr. Enright.
Here he comes.
Could be talking about Bodega.
Why did we start talking behind it?
Bob Enright takes that hand down, and now he's going to straddle for $10.
Why not juice it up a little bit?
And Buddha is going to re-straddle for 20.
Ooh, juicy.
I know we're not even in the power hour yet. Things are starting to heat up a little bit here.
Speaking of heating up, if you're tuning in, please hit that thumbs up button. Let's get close to 50. We're getting close to 50. Our goal is 100 likes. It really helps us get in the algorithm and the YouTube searches during these live streams. So, yeah, if you're out there,
Raise $50.
smash that like button. Would appreciate it. And appreciate you.
$50 raise here.
Finally, Jordan with a little run good here.
Actually, it was a $20 straddle, so it's a $30 raise. New bet is $50. Ace 10. Jordan now trying to figure out what he wants to do with these pocket jacks, and he's going to go ahead and push all in.
Yeah, for 371, you already have $100 in there. Get a 30-year stack, or a 4th-year stack if everyone folds. No sweat with jacks. I like it.
Oh, and Buddha picks up Dom's favorite hand, pocket 8s.
Well, and he won with them off Jordan
Be rude, right?
earlier in the live stream, flopping a set against King Queen.
And he's sitting in a good position here to make this call, and he does. Makes this call, and now it's got MGM Bob
No, it's 3.
wondering what to do here.
Clock.
Yeah, it's a pot brewer.
Yes!
You're costing us money here, Bob.
$300 bet there on fading.
You need another one.
Never
Can you do
get
it
back.
2 in a row?
Oh,
Right.
8s again.
Hey, I'm so sorry.
What, 8's been hot.
Nice job, Nikki. Look at that.
Oh,
I
he's
love
doing
that
it.
shot. Here we go. Here comes the flop.
Oh, he's been 2 of them.
We got a an 8's it again for Buddha.
I have no clue how he does it.
Hearts.
This is so
No.
Wow. Pocket 8, so the hand of the night tonight.
Yeah.
That's the second time Buddha's hit a set of 8s against the same player, getting all their chips in the middle.
Yeah.
I knew he had ace king.
Wow. Big hand.
You know what my dad used to say?
I don't know.
Buddha's full of
Sheesh.
Can't be a drunk or a half-wit.
Hey, Blue, that's a very nice thing to say. You wish you could smash the like button more than once. Greatly appreciate that. We just get one per thumb, so please hit that like button if you haven't yet. And also be sure to subscribe. And when you subscribe, hit that bell right next to it. That'll give you indicators when we are going to go live, because things are going to get a little different here the first 2 weeks of February when we start our $1 million guarantee.
If I get an 8 deuce, I'm playing it.
Why?
I was sure you just.
Only played it.
Power of the Buddha is absolutely right.
Yes.
Power was with him there.
Rub the belly of the chip protector as it sits on top of its throne there.
I actually thought about it because the lights are brighter in your eyes.
Who's got a cigarette?
Doesn't he know this is a family show?
I gotta vote against this new
Let's
one.
put some paper in your mouth.
It's not a great one, buddy.
Well, if I
They
get
give a
that's my
disclaimer.
grandmother
18 kids.
Mr. Enright sensing some weakness here, and in the big blind, and he's going to 3-bet this now. Looks like 65.
That's what it looks like. That thing would be soggy by now.
nice catch, Buddha.
I don't know how I'll do it, Bob.
And now Neil
Made myself.
and Mr. Black are going to come along, and quite an array of hands here for a $215 pre-flop. Excuse me.
Checker bet, check.
And Mr. Coffee hits the best of this.
Mr. Coffee, yeah. King of Queen 5, and he hits top pair.
Continuation bet here from Mr. Enright trying to represent a big king. Makes a bet of 75. Kind of surprised that wasn't closer to like 125 or 130. If he's really trying to get push with his elbows out here through the crowd.
Well, sometimes you want to mix up your betting patterns. Maybe he's just trying to throw them off a little bit.
And Mr. Coffee and Bob Enright have been at the table many, many times together.
It seemed a little milky.
It did, didn't it?
Like he's trying to just milk someone with that bet. But
Give me the shade.
It took me a while. You were throwing that.
You were sitting there, eyes going.
Yeah, you're look. You're so.
I'm like, they're not on the hat. They're not on the collar. They're not on the
Oh, there's a big space.
Christ, Nick, are you sweating enough?
No, I fucking cleaned them for you. How do you see out of them things, man?
That one scratch right there.
oh, is Nick trying on the shades? We got to get Nick with the shades on.
Yeah.
Tell you what you've done to me.
No one here to smoke.
And Mr. Enright continued to try to represent, unfortunately, betting right into a big hand, and Mr. Coffee quickly puts a bunch of chips out there and gets Mr. Enright to fold.
I mean, they're scratching.
And a nice pot there for Neil Brinkman, a.k.a. Mr. Coffee.
Thank you.
The chips are being passed around the table, aren't they?
Yeah, Nick gave up on the sunglasses right away. They gave him a hard time. I don't know if it was about the look or just that it didn't fit his table image, but
I would have liked to seen it.
yeah, he, Viviana and Nick, you'd be like to find out what you thought about your dad wearing sunglasses at the table. One of the things that was part of that conversation, though, in fairness to Nick, Dom, was that they were talking about here in the live stream, you know, we have some pretty strong lights in there. We've got to have that for the cameras. So, you know, the players, while many players like to wear hats, the hats come in handy to kind of shade that. Or you wear sunglasses. Nick's still smiling about that. So that could be a good reason why he tried to see if maybe that would help him.
Raise $20 now.
I want to see Nick's gonna do.
Love seeing Nick on the live stream again. It's been a hot minute. We got a 3-bet from Gary with the Nemesis suited. Enright's coming along with Queen 10. Now, this is a little fun hand for Nick. I'm not sure if he's feeling froggy here for this price, but yeah, there he is. He's getting in there. 7-6 suited.
He was showboating there for a minute.
I mean, power toke. Getting those odds. Yeah, why
Is
not?
that 4 players?
4 players.
4 players.
Check her back. Check. Check.
Jack comes on the board with a couple of hearts.
So 35.
Ryan's going to try to represent here. Second pair.
Yeah, nobody's getting Gary off this hand.
No.
Top pair with a king kicker, and you have a flush draw. This is a monster. Yeah, and he's just smooth calling.
I like this smooth call here.
With a flop like that, you don't even mind if a couple players come in.
And now we go heads up.
Juicing it up. I'd be shocked if Gary just smooth calls this. I mean, right now, you're in position where if you hit, look at Power Toke's face looking at Gary.
Yeah. Seen that look a number of times dealing to him on the tournaments.
Cool.
Definitely got unique table image.
Check her back.
And that's no help to Ryan. Let's see if he wants to try to keep up appearances here for a strong hand or if he's going to give it up. He's reaching for chips.
He's got to bet more than that.
He's going to, if he wants to try to get Gary off of this, he's going to have to put 2 of those big stacks out there, but instead he puts a bet out. Seemed like more of a curiosity bet than anything else, and Gary's going to take that down with the King Jack The nemesis. Let's get the Sharpie out. Put another mark on the wall. Gathering that data.
He's like queen high.
Yeah, if you're gonna try to do a semi-bluff there, you got to put more than 40, 50 bucks in the middle and $200 pot. It's at least got to be 120. But I still think Gary might have called up to about 120 with the hand he had.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And Chris from Connecticut, one of our regular viewers, I know you're getting some heavy-duty weather out there. Please stay safe. I hope you don't lose your power. There's quite a mix climbing up along the East Coast. My wife and I looked at that today because we've got some family members and friends that are in the path of that. We know what it's like. We used to live up in New Hampshire, Dom, and you wouldn't get snowstorms, you get ice storms, and you'd be without power for like 2 or 3 days. It was very common.
Yeah, shout out to Chris for tuning in.
Yeah. Stay safe, buddy.
It's funny, like you get certain viewers that you get to know through the message board, almost like poker buddies,
Yeah,
absolutely. I always think like, Chris from Connecticut, we got Kiwi from New Zealand, JF from Canada.
But nice and cozy here in this poker room, and we've got 4 players going to this flop.
Can't forget Australia too.
And Ireland.
Yeah, top pair for Buddha, currently in the lead on a 3-king, queen, 5 board.
And he's got the
second nut
flush draw.
Nick has a gut shot straight draw in a 9-high flush draw. He's going to stick around and see one more card.
He likes his chances, so he's going to make the call. Not much of a bet there from Buddha, just $10. So he's coming along. Oh, this may get Buddha paid off.
Yeah, especially with another overhitting. I mean, the 9 is the third nut?
Yeah, Nick hits the straight, hits the flush. He's not acting this time. He is frustrated.
That's hard. I mean, you got the 3rd highest club. You hit your gut shot straight, but it was just the wrong suit.
9 with the ace of clubs. Yeah.
Chris says 7 inches coming their way in Connecticut. Chris is watching from Connecticut. We've got Kiwi Colleen from New Zealand. Where's everybody else watching from tonight? Let us know. We'd love to know where you're at.
Yeah, we'll give you a shout out too.
Please.
I'm on fire. What a dumb question.
We got Dayton, Ohio in here from Mad River. That's for sure.
In person.
In person, live.
Yeah. Joey Girolamo
and Duncan.
And Kyle Duncan. Going over some of the finite details of the big $1 million prize pool guarantee tournament starting on February 1st. We had our first satellite for that on Thursday night. Big turnout. If you were watching the live stream, you knew that I was busy trying to help out dealing. While Dom took one for the team and was in here all by himself. And no candy that I brought him anyway.
No, but it was an easy live stream to call with Thursday. The players take control of that.
Check.
I said if we're going to have a night to do that, have it be Thursday.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be better equipped going forward. Won't have to be in that situation.
Check to the river here between Mr. Black and Mr. Enright. And Mr. Black with the 7 going to take a pot down right now. I'm not sure if he knows yet, but we've got 2 $20 bounties on Mr. Black. One for the player that felts him and one for the dealer that happens to be dealing at that time. Mr. Black getting a lot of love here.
Yeah, that's one way to say it.
Carl coming in from Erie. Now we've got an Erie, Michigan. There's Erie, Pennsylvania. Which one are you? And yes, Toyota. Duncan is here. He might have left already, but he and Joey came up from Dayton just to make a visit, kind of a business call for Duncan and Jim and Marissa.
Got Wild Bill tuning in from Perrysburg, Ohio. Wild Bill hope all as well.
Raise the 60.
Kiwi, we don't get a lot of players from out of the country on our live stream, but we want that. Canada, though, has made appearances multiple times.
We've
But
got
outside of Canada, have we had?
we've got Montreal, Toronto, and Windsor coming in here. I don't know that we've had.
I thought
we've
had an
we
England gentleman one time.
We did have an English gentleman, and then we've had a couple service members come in who were on their way out to be deployed. So not necessarily from other parts of the world, but on their way to be in other parts of the world doing their duty for us. And here we go, three-handed into this flop.
Yeah, 193 in the middle. They keep building and building throughout the night. We got a 6-deuce-3 board. Rainbow flop. Ace Queen still in the lead for Mr. Coffee, and he's going to lead out like it's an overpair.
Dan checking in from Maryland. Carl says just over the border there in Erie. Mr. Coffee decided to bet 90 and gets paid off with that aggression. The other two players fold. And so another pot here. And Tyler, chosen one, if you've got an update on our chip count, a.k.a. Cumulative winnings.
Yeah, I don't have the laces.
We'd love to take a look at that. We've got great viewership tonight, 56, and there it is. Buddha and Guppy having good nights. Right behind them, trying to climb up, is Nick and Mr. Coffee. And I predict, since we've got a couple hours left to go, we're going to see some changes in that graphic as the minutes go on.
Someone's got to work in that crew. Put her to work tying your shoes.
Raise the 60.
$60 to go. Is that from Enright?
That is from Mr.
3-6
Enright.
Mafia, making its presence known.
He is
suited.
He likes the action, likes to control the action. He likes to dictate the pace if and when he can. And this time he's doing it with 6-3 of hearts. This is a well-disguised hand against these two players if he does hit this.
And we got a 4-9 deuce board. Enright does flop a gut shot.
All in.
And an all-in. And he just a really good time to do that unless these guys decide to get froggy, get a little sticky. The one that's got the most experience at the table with Mr. Enright is Mr. Coffee, but he lets that go.
Is he going to show? I think he's just sliding him over.
He is not going to show. He's going to keep the mystery.
Thank you.
Central North Dakota. Thanks for joining us. Northern New Jersey and Maryland. Not sure if you're a Ravens fan, but I watched the beginning of that game and saw how messy that weather was. I was pretty sure they wouldn't score 20 points total, but wound up being Steelers in the lead 17-10 for the final score. That sometimes I think at the point that rain was almost coming down sideways.
Button straddle.
Welcome back.
That one's his, Bob.
Standing at the urinal, and I guess the
10 to play.
the booth, whatever is there, and they're 15 minutes behind, but I hear, oh, is that for Buddha? There's something Buddha.
On the way to the laboratory, we do play the live stream on a 15-minute delay out there for the tournament players to watch.
Yeah.
He was commenting on the commentary of the power of the Buddha.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
burning up.
I thought it was going around. It is.
Trying to.
Wow.
You look like you were thinking.
Isn't that cool? Kiwi's watching this, and it's 2:09 p.m. on Sunday.
Yes.
And we're here on a Saturday night at 8:09. Just amazes me.
About 15 seconds. It's too long.
35.
I realized when I got all quiet, I was like, I think they're staring at me.
This was after a $10 button straddle, but MGM Bob is going to complete with that straddle with 9-5 of diamonds, the Dolly Parton. We're going to go four-handed to this flop. Mr. Coffee's got a mystery hand.
Yeah, and right now, Enright has the best of it on a Ace 8-9 rainbow board, top pair. Open-ended straight draw though for Buddha. Mid pair for MGM.
$120 from Buddha. I like that bet sizing on an open-ended when you've got a few players that you're convinced you can get out of there
Anybody want water?
with a strong bet.
Yes, please.
Mr. Coffee with a mystery hand. If you've never been with us on the live stream before, occasionally the cards don't quite get into the box, but no worries. Mr. Coffee's just going to fold that, and it's going to come down to Mr. Enright. And is he going to decide to raise this up with a push? And there it is. And now the pressure is on. And that's going to be a quick call here from Buddha, who was putting Mr. Enright, I think, on a weaker hand or maybe some kind of draw.
Oh, he has a big chip stack too, so.
And he does.
He's playing with other people's money right
And
here.
he's playing with the power of Buddha. That doesn't help.
Oh, blank on the turn in the river. Ooh, Enright doubles up. And now he's up to $700.
Very nice. $387 profit on that hand.
Yeah, very nice.
That's the first time he surprised me tonight. Wasn't expecting those two cards to get turned over. Big bad Bob.
Are you okay, buddy? You alright?
Good player folds there, Bob.
You okay?
Terrible bet.
I recovered.
Buddha, why
Bob
don't
didn't hit. Buddha didn't hit a draw. He's gonna need a couple minutes.
You got to jump on it, you got open and straight, you're winning every hand.
My
You
end
got
was
to-
Buddha
wide
had
open.
way too
man.
many
My
outs
end was
with
wide
that
open. I only got another 200 to
Why a
go.
little too close to
The
the
pot
sun over
played
there.
10 to 1.
If he
Where am I
needs one,
going?
2 outs, he can't win.
It would have been the wrong thing to do.
I got there.
Folding would have been the wrong thing
Never
to
in
do.
my
You
head, got there.
gotta stay in to win,
Not
Bob.
right mind. I had a
Win, lose, or draw, there's one thing you can count on when Buddha's at the table. He's going to get analysis from multiple players as to what he did right or wrong there.
I think that's a lock.
Raise 20.
Now Mr. Coffee with King Queen offsuit, and we can see those cards. He's going to raise it up to 20.
$20.
Suited ace here for Ryan, and he's going to make the call. Just a
Oh, we got the Undertaker hand.
yeah,
Power
we've got
toke.
heads up action.
Haven't seen that one in a hot minute. Has to be in spades. And look at that flop. Top pair for Mr. Coffee in the nut flush draw for Power Toke. Big hand alert, folks.
I want to receive a little bit.
You had diamonds too? No, Neil said he had diamonds. Yeah, I had.
Has a spades, has an over. I think Power Toke, if he's going to make a pounce, yeah, I'm shocked he didn't even just jam it in there. And there it is. And now Mr. Coffee with the king high flush draw too.
80.
Power Toke has 200. He could easily shove here, and he's going to get a call for only 120 more.
All in. Call.
Oh boy,
Power Toke's going to double up.
yeah, big pay up for Power Toke against Mr. Coffee.
That was the perfect card for him.
It sure was.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Neil wasn't going anywhere even if he saw the river.
Right.
That would be the wrong thing to do.
Unfortunate spot for Mr. Coffee there. Great spot for Power Toke.
Good player, folks.
Yeah, good player, folks. Hey, I check.
What is it?
It's not Jesse James.
No, not Jesse James. Who am I thinking of? Wild Bill.
Wild Bill.
That's the Wild Bill.
Guaranteed
One
diamonds,
move.
Thank you.
Thank God for them 3 states.
Yeah, I was trying not to bump into you, bro. You're good.
Thank God it didn't make you wait for the river for that flush, huh?
Right, because there was something winning on the river.
Button
Can't stand the
straddle.
pressure if you don't hit it.
And there's our cumulative winnings, and like I was going to say, it's been a tough night so far for Jordan. Jordan's a very strong player. He's very patient. And he's not the kind of player that's going to get in his own head emotional about the situation. He's just going to do what he can to try to work his way back. We talk about that part of the game on a regular basis. You've got to stay patient. You've got to keep your composure. And you've got to know that when the hands aren't coming, there's a good chance there's some good hands right around the corner. Not guaranteed, but it can happen. Guppy now with pocket fives, and Enright going to make that call with jacks.
$40.
This was a missed thing. I need a new one. Just replace that one.
Full.
Draw one.
Couple of folds.
Heads up action now. Fives versus jacks.
Yeah, a little.
What's up, Edward?
And a clean board. I mean, right now for jacks, obviously there's an over, but Guppy, it's amazing though when you see hands like that. Sometimes you see stacks going, especially if it's like a 5, 8, 10 board. We saw something similar to that actually on the last live stream. Jacks versus tens. You know, a set was shown, and then a 1 outer was hit on the river by Buddha.
Just a smooth call there from Enright. Guppy might believe that he's got the best hand here. He's going to bet 100.
Yeah, I don't think it's winner either. Ball, maybe, because
Got better than 2-1 in chips over Enright at this point.
Yeah, he's going nowhere.
And a third spade comes on the river.
I don't think either player, I mean, heads up action.
This is a duplicate to a hand we saw about an hour ago with these two players, where it was reversed in terms of the action. The action was on Enright, and he had checked. Guppy had the check mark, but didn't bet it, even though he could try to represent that third spade. And this time, he's going to push out with pocket fives. Really good size bet, 240.
And he hasn't bluffed at all tonight.
And he hasn't. But
This is
again,
the only time.
We're talking about a man that has no fear. And he makes the call, and he's going to take this pot down.
Are you coming up to this table? I can't wait. Oh, I cannot wait.
Jacks takes it down.
Very nice call by Enright there. And his stack just went well over 1,000. What a nice little comeback.
Obviously got the flush.
All right, guys, that's my time. Eddie's your next dealer.
Ignore the new dealer.
Good luck, everyone. Thanks.
He's almost too short to see at this height. Pump that chair up, kid, so we can.
And I know I'm going to shift gears here a little bit. The candy didn't quite do me. I'm thinking about food. Baloo, talking about coming from New Jersey. Dominic, one of the best Italian meals probably in my life, and this is going back about 30 years ago, maybe 25 years ago, in Hoboken, New Jersey. And I just looked it up, and it was either called Blue Eyes, based on Sinatra, or there's another Sinatra restaurant there called the Sinatra Room. And hands down, I've not had an Italian meal since then as good as that.
Max value Italian?
Oh my goodness! And Hoboken, a lot of Sinatra history in that town. It's not his hometown, but he spent a lot of time in there.
I'm assuming they have him playing in the background for ambiance.
Yes.
You know me, Vic. I'm a sucker for good Italian food.
So Baloo, I'm not sure if you're familiar with those restaurants. You're probably familiar with Hoboken.
Tarantula Nick mixing it up here with Queen 7 of Hearts. Does Enright have jacks again? I mean, sometimes the reader is off.
Yep.
And it puts in your previous hand, but I mean, I thought, did he have 2 red ones last time? I thought he had 1 black, 1 red jack. We'll find out. We got a 5-5-3 board rainbow flop.
Buddha's version of the bad beat is like, listen, dude, I flopped middle set and I only got another 100 out of him. He folded on the river.
Buddha's version of the bad beat is, I took a piss and I zipped up my junk.
He can't reach it. You may reach the seat too.
Mr. Black's going to come out with a bet. And Enright is going to make the call, and now a Queen of Diamonds. Again, we're not 100% sure that what we're looking at here with Enright is the jacks, because the It can get a little sticky, if you will, from the previous hand. And I think they're going to check down to showdown. Ace-4 turned over. And he's got the jacks again. And
Yeah,
another
back
pot.
to back.
Wow, back to back.
Heating up. Look at that. Right, just like that, Enright is up to 1,200. A really nice stack. Jeez Louise.
We'll just do some repeat of our shout-outs real quick. Gary doing a shout-out to his daughter. Hope she's watching here tonight. We know that Viviana and Nick are featured viewers of the night, VIP viewers, if you will, watching for their dad, Nick, here in seat 1. And Bob Enright, who's been just took 2 hands down in a row. A shout-out to his sister, Christy Jane. And happy birthday, Christy Jane.
No, it's only a $10 straddle.
It was a 3X.
Oh, I thought you said, was it 40?
No. I said I'm going to raise to 40.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
10 times 3. 10 times
And
3.
Buddha is just getting it from all sides here tonight.
Yeah.
Well, I raised
Raising it up under the gun after a $10 button straddle, making it 40. Power toke coming along, ace jack of hearts. Folds all the way around. And even the straddler, I think Guppy got out of the way, so we're going to go heads up here to the flop. Ace 10 versus ace jack.
Yeah, big advantage for Power Token.
Oh,
wow, look at that
wow.
flop. What a great flop for Power Token.
Yeah.
65.
This is reverse. Not reverse, but basically the hand. Oh, and another jack. That is reverse of what DFG took me out
Did
with
Power Token go all in?
his ace 10 against my ace jack Friday.
Was that an all-in?
That is an all-in.
I'm just surprised with the board right there. You got a straight draw and a flush draw out there. You got top full house. Now, granted, Buddha has a made hand, but just in case he's on a draw, you don't want him to try to catch up on the river? Power Toke got a little excited.
Yeah. There's a chance that he's purposely trying to appear overzealous here.
You got ace jack. You shouldn't want to get it all in now.
Now, maybe that's it. Just what I said. That's just what I said. Maybe so. Maybe it's reverse psychology.
Reverse psychology, because Buddha just said if you had ace jack, you wouldn't do that.
King jack? Still. I don't know.
What does the Buddha compel you to do? The Buddha compels him to fold the ace 10.
So I'll show you. Ace jack. You make more money if you just call her.
Yeah, I think Buddha's right. I think looking back, Power Toke's going to be like, oops, I got a little too adrenaline rush on that one.
Yep.
Yeah, because, I mean, you can't get beat.
Call because you thought I was making the wrong move. Yeah, it looked bluffy. Sometimes it works.
Baloo, you bring up a good point. My travels through New Jersey many, many years ago. I don't think people realize how pretty that state is.
I've been to Baltimore, Maryland. That was the closest I've gone to New Jersey. So not too far away, but had a nice experience there visiting a friend.
I wanted to make it look like a bluff, and it did. It was a good play. It almost worked. Almost called it.
Well, I was fortunate enough to be in Hoboken with some, what you might consider to be regulars or locals. So they knew the area well. They knew this restaurant, which was family owned.
When you're old, you don't take too long.
Very quaint.
You know.
I'm getting hungry, Dom. I know you are too. Power Toke's going to raise it up here with the nemesis, King Jack. Make it 25 to go. MGM Bob almost beat him into the pot with his call with pocket 7. So we're going to go heads up to this flop.
And that's a nice flop for the nemesis. Jack 4 deuce. And look at it, he's going to check.
that good smile out here or something.
And looks like he beats him into the pot with the call.
He does. My goodness. Another diamond now. Neither one of them with diamonds. Will this slow things down? Speaking of not slowing down, Power Toke is kind of coming out of his shell now.
Oh, yeah.
5 short.
You got that flush?
Shows one card, shows the jack.
You got a show. You get Buddha gives you $10.
Oh, really? The other one was a jack, and I ain't lying. You'll see it later.
Liar.
I swear.
Ryan, liar.
Watch it later.
I promise. You can't make it. You're not my dad. You're not my dad, dude.
I didn't know about this $10 King Jack.
That's right, they were all up.
It was the next.
You didn't pay me when I had King Jack and I showed it.
He just made that up.
Looks like Nick is topping off here.
I was waiting to stab him.
Looks like he's ready to get down to business here with an hour and 45 minutes left to go on our live stream. I have every reason to believe, particularly since we've got a couple people waiting in the main room, hoping to get on this table tonight, that this game will continue to go beyond our live stream time.
What'd you bet, 15?
Raise up the 10. MGM Bob with the pocket fours.
$10 button straddle and a raise now. 3-bet from Gary to 25. Couple of quick callers there.
It looks like we got 4
few
players.
Quick callers. We got 4 players now going to the flop.
Yeah, juice it up, and we got a 9-6-8 board, couple of diamonds. Queen 9 for Enright, flopping the best of it. Gary did hit mid pair. Not a horrible flop for ace 8. He's going to see where he's at, betting 50.
And Gary, or Buddha has the gut shot. He's going to come along.
Yeah, with a couple overs too, see where he's at. I don't mind one more card, do you?
No.
Looks like a 6 of spades.
6 of
on
spades.
The turn. Pairs the board.
No, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, the stream goes till 10:15 tonight, Otis.
And there's a 10 for Buddha. Getting there on the river. 403 in the middle. I'm kind of shocked with the $300 bet in first position here. You're only getting called by a 6 or a 7 pretty much. Luckily he didn't run into it, but dangerous. This would almost, I wouldn't even mind if, you check and it's a bluff catcher. If you think you're ahead like that, let someone else go at it, because the hands that are in play right now,
Every time that book card's on the board, do something terrible about it.
not to mention a third diamond came.
Yeah.
So the flush got there, there's a boat out there, there's a 4-card straight out there, and you're betting 300 first position. I just don't see Enright calling this with just a pair of 9s.
It's like a guy who's trolling me.
But he does. Never mind. I know nothing about poker.
The power of the Buddha. And he's going to take this down.
Fucking river, huh?
6s and 10s with the queen.
That's why they play and I commentate.
Yeah. Very nice bet there from Buddha, getting paid off. $575
on the river.
$578 profit.
Yeah, I'm just shocked.
And where are we at with Buddha here? Is this 3-4 shows in a row where he's just running really strong? It wasn't too long ago where we saw him get down early and then have to work his way back out. But a couple of these shows, he just comes out guns a-blazing and continues to build to his stack. 61 likes. Let's keep it coming. $10 button straddle now from Buddha.
I guess he bet so much he made it look like a bluff.
I'm thinking that's what Enright. Yeah. Well, Enright was convinced, and he was right, that he was ahead. the whole hand until the river.
See, in my mind on that hand, and I know we got another hand brewing, but there's not a lot of money in it. I got to talk about that because with 2 6s out there, to me a lot of times it almost looks like a full house, and you're hoping someone either hit the 4 card straight or the flush,
right?
And they'll pay you off. And not often there you just see 2 pair versus 2 pair put in $300 each on the pot size of that hand. That was a I'm still kind of scratching my head on that one.
Well, and I like this raise from Enright, who people are going to put him on tilt here.
I did work 10 a.m.
Yeah, but yeah, Jack 10, a nice disguised hand. I love playing Jack 10.
Good chance he's going to get calls from both Power Toke and Mr. Black. Mr. Black only in for $10, but with just 7-3 of clubs, and he does get out of the way, so we're going to go heads up here to the flop.
If Mr. Black had at least 500, he probably would have called it just to see the flop and see if he hits. But yeah, with 255, he wants to pick his moment. We got a deuce 6 queen board. Ace high still in the lead, but advantage goes to the initial raiser when both players.
Continuation bet. And when you're playing up against a player like Enright, you really have to take your time and consider things. Power Toke takes his time, but he does let it go. Very indicative not only of Bob Enright's play in terms of being fearless, but also he does ride up and down. He is very typical roller coaster in terms of chip count. You'll see the same thing in tournaments. And if you're getting close to a final table in a tournament and Mr. Enright is in the game, regardless of his chip stack, that's a player you got to be wary of, because he'll make those ups and downs rather quickly. If he can get to the final, say, dozen people, he's more than likely going to be high up there in the money, because he knows how to play that kind of game, bringing his chip stack.
Well, you just saw him go
up
from
behind
300 to 1,200 in a half an hour earlier.
Yeah.
So there's that. He knows how to build the pots. Gary now. Ace Jack. Enright mixing it up with 7-4 suited. Trenchel and Nick also with the suited ace.
A lot of things in it is not one of them. They've been bad.
And, well, welcome back to the game, and you get an ace-high flush draw on a Jack 5-8 board, couple of hearts. Top pair, top kicker for Gary, also mid pair for Power Toke. Gut shot straight draw for Enright. Big hand alert.
Yes.
Even though there's only 83 in the middle, I won't be surprised if this one goes over 500. Very well could be. Just a modest $25. I think Enright might even peel one, yeah. Trying to get lucky hitting a 6. Well, we got a paired board now.
Power Toke deciding to represent. Going to bet 40 here.
He did that earlier with 8-6 too, and he was in the lead.
Gary makes the call with his ace jack. I'm surprised Gary doesn't push this a little bit harder by raising. He's just smooth calling, and he's well in the lead.
And then invites the door for every draw to come in.
Yeah, Enright with a gut shot. And Tarantula Nick with the heart draw. And now we've got a river. Oh, wow.
Tarantula Nick hit it in his last to act. Great spot for him. Gary has to hate that river.
Yeah.
Especially 2 players behind you, and the first player leads out like that. He might call this, but I'll tell you what, I doubt if Torrential Nick pops it up. I think at most is he'll call $80 here. At most. But yeah, nice fold by Gary.
Yeah, he gets out of the way. Now Nick, taking his time, definitely wants it. Well, you know, the pair out there, got to give him a little bit of a pause, but he's got to believe he's got the strongest hand, and he is going to raise it up, try to get some more value into this pot.
Oh, and he just min clicks it.
Just a min clicks it, right.
Look at this. We've seen Nick bet big, and he's kind of going with the census, thinking power toke's not super strong, so just a min click, and he takes it down.
Show your hand, Nick.
They want him to show. They want him to show. They're calling it. They're calling him to show.
Nice no
and
show.
He refuses to do it.
Yep, they can watch the live stream later, and they can give a like and a subscribe.
Yeah, he refuses to do it. 63 likes, speaking of which, right now. I know we can get quickly to 75.
You don't owe them nothing, Nick.
You don't owe them nothing.
Just throw it in the muck.
Yep.
Make them stew.
I think he probably has.
Well played.
No, you, Nick.
What'd you have? All right, it's too late. You didn't have
You say it, and I believe you. I'll say it.
Eights and fives.
I was right to min click.
You had 8s and 5s. You had a boat?
No.
He
Eights
wishes
and
he
fives.
had.
You had a pocket pair of eights, and there was 2 5s out there.
No.
I didn't think you were very strong. That's why I did it.
So you had 3 pair and a.
I had the nut.
No,
nine.
there's no such thing as
The nut
three
nine
pairs.
and the boat. I had ace 4, ace 5.
Coming around.
I didn't think you were very strong, so I was like, maybe I can give him a call another 80.
Barb gives a yay, Nick.
The nut nine boat.
I figured you had the first.
Barb watching. Viviana watching. Young Nick watching.
9-5, pocket 9.
Cheering on Tarantula Nick tonight. Now Guppy, been a little quiet, very patient. This is going to pay off. Now he's got an ace, king of diamonds. Going to raise it up to 25. Mr. Coffee also has diamonds. Jack 8. Mr. Enright with ace 10. And he's going to raise it to 75. Buddha gets out of the way.
Oh, they're taking your slogans. Getting sticky, Vic.
Button don't want
I am going to find this out. I am going to find this out.
MGM Bob now
Actually, the button made it back to me.
doesn't like his position with that king-queen, so he gets out of the way. Gary folds. Mr. Black.
I'm actually surprised the amount of folds given the style the game has been played. Now that's more like it.
Yeah.
Let's say $25. It seems like we're seeing all ranges play for $25. I thought there might be 7 players in the pot. But now with 75, a 3-bet from Enright.
I had the flush, yeah.
And we got a 7-deuce-5 board. Ace-king for Guppy still in the lead. He checks.
Pull the top pair with ace kickers.
He said he had 8-10.
He said ace 5s.
Enright betting 100.
8-10. 8-10.
Another player representing an overpair here with the 3-bet pre-flop. Now opens for 100 on the flop. He might steal this. Playing it like he's got 9s or 10s.
I should have been stronger with it.
I think we're just supposed to call there, man. You might only be calling me with a boat. Might just be a call, actually. He's gonna bet on it, though.
Right.
We talked about Bob Enright likes to control the pacing. He likes position, but also, regardless of position, he likes to be the one dictating the bet sizing. He made that pre-flop raise, which enabled him, after check-check, to make a continuation bet, which really gives his opponents no choice. If they didn't hit any piece of this, which they didn't, they have no choice. They got to get out of the way.
Yeah, and it starts with the pre-flop.
And Bob Enright could have done that with a handful of nothing rather than just ace with ace 10, and still accomplish the same situation. Very strong play right there by Bob Enright.
'Cause I thought he had something better.
You got 100?
Oh, so Barb is asking, Nick's son is wondering how much he has. He's got well over 1,000. He's playing some good poker right now. When it gets to him next, there should be the amount next to his name. We can check that very shortly.
Yeah. Well, I should have been stronger and put some value bet out there, and I didn't.
I believe he's 60% of the time.
Was it Viviana?
Viviana.
Viviana and Nick, yeah, those two are the VIP listeners of the night. Nick's children. So ask and they shall receive. Yeah, Nick's got 1,400 in front of him playing some great poker.
Yes. Just from tournament play, it might change a little bit, because it's a cash game, but not by much.
Mr. Black, ace jack of diamonds now. Under the gun. And he's going to raise it up here now. 125, 3-bet it to 100. Excuse me. Back around to Gary.
You should be in lockdown right now anyway. You're at $1,000.
Mr. Black working on a comeback here. Could he become the comeback story of the night? You know, Jordan is down quite a bit.
Yeah, why give it back?
We've got about an hour and a half left here to go with our live stream. We're coming up a half an hour away from what we like to call the power hour. And expect to see quite a bit of action. And here is the cumulative winning so far. And Tarantula Nick won 1,400. He's up 531. Buddha again having the best of it. Guppy playing strong hands, not premium, but strong hands, taking down some good pots and being patient. Jordan, Mr. Black, and MGM Bob, including Gary, looking to try to make a comeback. Mr. Coffee now, he was up earlier, I believe, and now he's down.
We're lifting?
A lot of poker left, though. Hour and a half left. And like I said, the power hour, when there's the most chips on the table, that's when the most action happens.
Hey, Marty, how are you doing tonight? Hope things are well out there in Pittsburgh.
There we go.
We'll see if we can get a VPIP.
Yippee!
So let's see if you live down there.
Call your cousins.
Call your friends, call your neighbors, call your cousins. This is going to be a big hand here.
Yeah, Mr. Black
is everybody coming in.
You know, Mr. Black is opening with King 10, the 50, but he's not dominated in any way. Other than I see all 4 kings in play.
Yes.
But so Buddha with pocket fives actually right now has a bunch of players sharing cards ahead of him.
And Jordan would really like to see something starting. He's strongly considering this. He's got position. He needs 47 to complete, but he gets out of the way.
Two of the toughest in me.
And now Mr. Black, Mr. Enright, and Buddha.
We got a 4
Enright.
deuce 4 board. Enright hits it big.
Wow. You pointed out that all 4 kings were out there pre-flop. Didn't seem to matter because Mr. Enright hits a couple of deuces with his king deuce of spades.
He gave a huge smirk when he put down his card protector. I wonder if anyone picked up on that. I haven't seen a smirk that big on his face all night. I'm just saying, sometimes you give tells and you don't realize it, but he had a huge smirk.
Yeah.
He's done better this year than he did the whole time he was at TOLEDO.
Yeah, and I think he saw that Mr. Black only had 158 left, so he just smooth called, pretty much, especially when not risking your whole stack. And Mr. Black trying to represent an overpair, but it's no good.
So Mr. Black is going to go all in. Simple call here from Bob Enright.
What do you think I called you?
And Mr. Black saying, I really didn't think you had anything when you made the call on the flop.
Good luck all in.
8 of dimes.
They're going to hold on to their cards, and ace comes out. There's the deuces. All right, Mr. Black saying that's it for him for the night. As always a pleasure to have Mr. Black at the table.
Oh, yeah.
And now, Bob Emright's making a comeback. He was in the red just a minute ago when we showed the cumulative winnings. I believe this hand is going to put him up into the green.
I think he is winning the roller coaster award of the night.
Absolutely roller coaster.
Yeah. He has been up big, he's been down big, and now he's up again. The chips are flying around.
And
Seat 9.
and Tyler, Chosen One, did the reboot that we have to do have any impact on the VPIP, or are you able to provide us with the VPIP of today's game?
Or maybe at least from since we reloaded, maybe, because we've had at least over a couple hours on it.
And there it is. So let's keep, if you could keep that up there a little bit longer.
Yep. New hand. We'll try to get it next one. But yeah, I saw 42% Enright was in the lead.
Yeah,
at the top of it. So he's almost seeing half the flops.
Yeah, and that would have been my bet right away that Mr. Enright has the highest VPIP. Mr. Coffee oftentimes will be up in that, but we'll get that graphic back up after this hand. Got a raise to $30 from Mr. Coffee. Speaking of which, under the gun, 7-6 of hearts makes it $30. Ryan, a.k.a. Power Toke's going to make a call, and so is Gary.
Bob gets the bounty, and Eddie gets the bounty, by the way.
Oh, the bounty.
Yes.
The bounty.
You might want to write that down in the notes so you can let Jim know.
I will.
Yeah, Otis did a double bounty.
I like my hand a lot better before Mars got that.
Check.
Oh, and there's the ace high flush for Gary on the river. Man, after Mr. Coffee turned the straight.
What am I taking? 75.
75.
Yeah, this is never a situation you enjoy being in. Turn a straight. Get river to 4-card flush. Uh-oh, reaching for the payoff chips.
Try and call.
Not in love with the call. He does.
All he needs to see.
Yeah.
We don't need to see the other one.
Takes to the window.
Yeah, you have to. Pants on the ground. Now, put them down. Pull those pants down. Eddie, I want to see that card.
Yep.
You guys weren't in the
Look how little.
No, he called, so he got it.
Yeah, it's the rules.
Rules are rules.
That's going to be a shame. That 8, really, you should be proud of that.
I've been trying to. I know I've been trying to get the 8 and 2 playing.
Take the heel, turn back in, you'll go away.
Did Gary just say he wants to get 8 deuce?
I mean, what'd you say?
I didn't catch that part of it.
Not really.
And there's our cumulative winnings here, as we mentioned. Mr. Enright making a comeback, getting into the green.
I don't know.
Power Toke up above his buy-in.
Yeah, and really, he bought in for 300, so he low bought, and he was down to like 150, 160.
Yeah.
So I know you're not going to jump and be like, oh, plus 149, but a nice comeback from such a low amount. I mean, he's one hand away from getting close to 1,000 right now from 300. So the Power Toke gaining some power. Gary now wakes up with pocket sevens. Hello.
You just wanted me to. Yeah.
Buddha raised it up to 20. Gary's going to come along. Guppy now with ace jack.
I got kids.
Raise it 60.
And he's going to see where he's at.
61 actually.
Act like, you know, 30.
And I know it's behind right now, ace jack to ace queen, but I really don't mind, you know, especially when you got middling hands just outside of premiums. If you want to raise pre-flop, even if you're behind, but just to get some feel on where you're at in the hand, where the player's at in the hand, based on the reaction,
What's your name, by the way? Jordan Ryan.
can help you out after the flop.
I do like ducks. Duck card holder. Just call him Ducky. Just call him
And
Ducky.
Buddha's going to smooth call
Is that
that.
what you call him? To nickname.
Oh, it's
It's
60.
a one. I forgot
I thought it was
to
60.
I didn't know
And
if
sevens are in great shape. Look at that. I mean, Enright's got a 7. 2 players have an ace.
Ducks today, so it is appropriate.
And we have a 5-9-8 board. Enright, though, flopping the best of it with mid pair and a gut shot straight draw.
And Gary just with the runner club draw, but otherwise 2 clubs out there and nobody else.
I'm all
And-
in.
And Gary's going to push all in with his 7s.
Not care if your kids are hungry.
For 729. What a decision. Enright actually has the best hand right now.
I heard it, man.
We got some poker being played, folks.
He's like, I was gonna make it 100, and then you're like, think of my kids. So I made it 60. Think of the kids.
They're full.
And Enright lets it go. He was in the lead,
Don't push it.
Very reckless.
but he lets it go.
I don't blame him. That was a pretty
And
big price tag of 700 plus.
yeah, and Buddha now trying to give back some of that
I know. I lose.
coaching, if you will. I'm using air quotes that he got from Gary and the others. And he told Gary, he says, that was pretty reckless.
You can't do that all the time, only when Nick's watching.
Another shot.
Always watching.
$3
Go
for the
figure,
big
Buddha
double.
straddled again.
How about that open chair there, chosen one? Are we filling that? Are we looking to get somebody in? I know that there's just an hour. Okay. All right.
Runner flush, you got a gut
Could be that
shot,
the
no
couple of
shot.
people that were on the list waiting
It wasn't like,
did not stick around.
and he might not.
Right now we're going to be 9-handed here.
was laying you like 10 to 1 odds.
As far as we know. Again, we're on a 15-minute delay, so that seat may have been filled. We just don't know it yet. We'll see.
That's that drug dealing computer going.
Too late to get Kiwi Colleen over here to fill that seat from New Zealand.
I would love if Kiwi could make it
Wouldn't
out
that be
this way.
fantastic?
That'd be amazing.
That would be great.
I know how many grams are in a kilo and everything.
Okay, okay.
Kiwi could show them how it's done. Take all their chips.
You're over there.
And look at this flop.
I know you are.
Jack 9-8, couple of hearts. Open end straight draw for Guppy.
And Mr. Coffee.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
But they're going to check it around, and 3 hearts now on the board.
Yeah, and Power Toke gets the straight.
45.
$45 bet here
I would love to.
from Buddha.
I'm sure you will.
Oh, I'm easy to bluff. All you gotta do is raise me.
I know.
Hold like a lion.
And Buddha just
Sure.
is telling the truth at this moment as a poker player. Whether Power Toke heard that or not, he said, go ahead and raise me and you'll get me off the hand. He doesn't take him seriously. He goes, and he wasn't saying that to Power Toke. He was just saying that in general.
Well, right now, Buddha actually has the highest flush draw, so he still has some outs.
I didn't see that card either.
I saw him moving. I thought he was moving towards the bowl.
So a heart would give Buddha the hand. He could chop with the queen.
You beat.
Did you?
There's Buddha's out, 7 of them. That
That's
is
not
not
one of
one of them. And does Buddha keep up the image? Make a continuation bet here?
You got a higher
You got
pair.
the ace of
What
hearts
is
in
it?
your hand.
Yeah, nine. No, and, yeah. Whoever bets it first wins it. Like that.
And they go check to showdown. And Power Toke is going to show
I was afraid you had
his straight and continue to build his stack up.
Yeah.
Is Power Toke around 600 now? 550? 600?
4 hertz, not good there on the plus. Not even.
Be interesting.
Our next live stream will be Tuesday night, 5/5/10, No Limit Hold'em, poker action again on Tuesday night. I'm going to have another promising table for you, so be sure to watch all that action.
524 for Power Toke. Climbing. He's
Climbing.
almost doubled
He
up
is
from
climbing.
his 300.
How much?
45.
Makes the bet 45 now,
You smell something burning?
feeling some momentum.
Buddha's been thinking.
I didn't like this cigarette.
Buddha's been thinking a couple times lately.
Jacks now for
Old age, probably. This
Ryan,
is not allowed
a.k.a.
last.
Power Toke, and he's going to come out with a raise. Guppy, Ace, Queen of Hearts. I think we're going to see a raise here.
I think we Doc, he's over here jumping on me.
And sure enough, 120 is the bet. Mr. Coffee gets out of the way.
Yeah, big hand alert here. Ace Queen suited versus Pocket Jacks.
And Wright's coming in.
three-bet.
Oh my goodness, Ace, Queen of Clubs.
I hope I die with some, well, I don't want to say it on TV. Said everything.
Does he shove here? I mean,
He's kind of looking like he's going to fold. The way he kind of bobbed up and down there in his chair.
That was the old days.
man, if he shoved, he'd be in great shape.
Now I don't give a shit. Too bad I feel that.
Not something you want to do quickly either way. You really want to consider when you're up against two different players, Guppy and Enright. And it looks like he is just making the call.
I got one. Too.
Man,
So we're going to go
players.
3 ways to the flop.
Yeah, 363 in the middle victory cigar. Oh, and an ace right on the flop. Wow. Ace 7-9. Wow, both players holding ace queen, and the jacks still don't hold.
Low testosterone.
I got, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been waiting on you.
I was waiting on you.
Button's so close to me.
We've all been there.
I've done it.
Yep.
By the way, smash that thumbs up, that like button. We're up to 66 likes. Let's try to get up to 75.
There's a bet of 225.
Call.
Enright makes the call. Some agonizing going on there with Ryan.
I
Trying
think
to-
it's more heartache.
Trying to get the, I was going to say headache, trying to get the headache to go away.
No, heartache.
Yeah.
He's going to look back at this live stream and see that he had a $360 pot when you're buying for 300, and
Yeah.
both players have ace queen. How does that ace it? How?
How?
I mean, granted, obviously, there was 4 outs to fade, but man, he was in great shape. There's the eye roll.
There's
I'm
the eye
accustomed
roll,
to see.
the major eye roll.
And a 8 of diamonds on the turn. So no backdoor clubs.
Name one for me.
And I think the only way Guppy can get Enright off of this is to go all in. Unless Guppy is convinced that he's got the strongest hand, he's going to make a value bet here. Probably of around 325, 380. It's my guesstimate. He's comparing what does that bet mean to the rest of his stack. Looking over at Enright's stack.
Advantage goes to the initial raiser here.
There is flush draw and a straight draw out there.
No, I was talking about in my.
And he puts the white chip on the top of it just for
Ambiance.
Ambiance, 301.
I like it.
I do.
Right.
I do too. And what Daniel's son doesn't know is going to be doing a little work here, topping this pot up. I did this last night, Dom. I had 2 players go all in, and I got their stacks right, and I put it in the middle, and they had already put both their hands out. They were both had ace king, and I look and I thought, oh, why didn't I look first? I could have spared myself doing the chop pot.
I could totally see Enright shoving right here.
Yep.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. An all-in now.
Yep, not putting him on a jack or
possible
or
straight
six.
there. Yep.
Trying to represent.
Anybody want water?
Stealing it.
I'll take one too.
You got some ice?
They're cold.
See what kind of read Guppy can get here, if anything, from Bob Enright. Doesn't realize that this is a chop pot,
You were a big winner Thursday,
and
right?
yet he might be able to figure this out.
Fine.
Who won what?
You're kidding.
Would Bob Enright?
Here's the problem and why this is a great play. If he has an ace,
No, I'll get one. Sorry,
you don't beat any aces. Ace 7, Ace 8, all the two pairs. Ace Jack, the
Yeah.
straight. Ace Queen, you're chopping. Ace King, you lose. You literally have every ace except Ace 5 or below that you beat with Ace Queen.
Oh, my goodness. They put you on fire.
I think his instinct says he should have shoved.
Oh, yeah.
What
And
a great play by Enright.
Yeah, and I like what Guppy is doing here. He's going back to the very beginning in his head. What happened with these bets? Who was making the bet? Who was making the call? What were the amounts? What could Bob possibly be making? Because it was the betting action was controlled by Guppy all the way through.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I just wanted to ask.
Problem is with Ace Queen, you can only beat a complete bluff. Like I mean,
They do it backwards from the stream.
Really?
What we're overlooking here is that those jacks, had he stuck around,
I thought it was just preference.
yeah,
would
he
have
would've
hit
gotten
the straight.
So if he would have shoved all in pre-flop,
Yeah,
he would have gotten runner.
yeah. And I know.
Very good point, Vic.
Yeah. And I think we're going to hear him verbalize this as soon as this hand is over. We're speaking about Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan would have had about a $1,500 pot.
Definitely have to take your time here and consider this, but he does let it go. And a big move. I don't think Enright's going to show.
Jack ten of spades, queen jack of
He
spades.
really only shows when he's trying to make a point or set something up for the future.
That
And,
might be the play of the night so
I
far.
think he was drawn to spades.
Is that
and
victory
he,
hand, Scar?
yeah, so now they're all speculating, and this is definitely the hand of the
I
night.
don't think he's bluffing.
I think it's
So
the
far,
bigger play of
I
the
think
night.
so. Yeah, play of the night. Victory cigar, hand of the night.
So far, we still got over an hour left, about an hour and 15 minutes left.
Was there a
But
flush possibility?
And he's got them all discussing it, trying to figure out what he's had. Bob Enright is not giving any clues, did not show. He's being tight-lipped.
that was a very nice play.
Marty, you make a good point. It's very hard to call off just for a chop.
You got cards, Ryan.
Not to mention, Guppy's still
Didn't show.
ahead from his initial buy-in even after that.
Well, he had three.
Runner, straight.
Fold already?
Ryan,
I did. Yes, I did.
in the middle of a hand, can you not? Like,
When's that?
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. What is it, position? 10?
Holy.
Everyone in the room knew you had at least one jack when you seen the river and acted like
There's
that.
other people with chips in the table, Bob.
See, it's like Bob, I give him action, but he don't give no action.
No,
See what I'm
he's
getting
stingy. He's stingy.
Trade seats, you want to trade seats?
Black.
Jordan now is
All
coming.
you like, he never calls like Never calls like He's always got them.
$10 button trail. Ryan making the call. Jordan raising it up to 50. Mr. Coffee.
You put your chips in the middle.
I'm getting lost in the commentary of the table right now.
I know,
Vic,
it's
I'm
quite
sorry.
a conversation.
I
In the
just
meantime, we got a big hand brewing here because Mr. Coffee makes it 110 with pocket tens. Back over to Ryan with ace queen of clubs. Needs $100 to make the call.
Not power toke with ace queen suited.
And I got to believe that if he makes this call, Jordan is also going to come along. But Jordan's had a tough night. He might make this call anyway. Trying to get something going here.
Well, I think Jordan's going to make the call regardless. It's only 60 more.
I think you're right.
It's pretty much just double what you got in there.
Yeah.
Just a little bit over. I like the hat change right there for Jordan. Mixing it up.
Trying to do something to get things going.
Yeah, changes juju.
Making money one way or another.
Especially if he's seeing runner.
And we got a deuce ace
boy.
3 board.
And there's another hand for Ryan.
Yeah, power toke.
That he could have been strongly in the lead.
Gave it all the ball.
150.
Mr. Coffee continuation bet of 150 takes that pot down.
I made the right move.
I just can't keep
Exactly.
I mean, but
Exactly.
I didn't want you to
That's why I played that.
And I was
The
looking
hand I
how much
played with
you had.
and you won.
68 likes. Can we just get 7 more here? Not for the end of the night, but just quickly before we get to the power hour. The
Yeah,
power
before
hour is coming
9:15.
up here in 10 minutes. Let's start the power hour with 75 likes. If you haven't done it, be sure. Get in there, just hit that thumbs up, and there's the VPIP. Enright in the lead, followed by Power Toke, and then Buddha. Jordan at the bottom, but I can't put that on Jordan completely. He is a strong player. He just has not seen cards tonight at all.
Right, but what did you mean?
Tough night for Jordan, but there's the VPIP.
If you don't have Queen Jack there, my
30.
play with Cock Five is not a bad play.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Ridley did.
Yeah, you made the right play. It was just,
No, I
I happened to have it.
didn't. For the most,
I just happened to have it that time, yeah.
For the most part,
Majority of the time.
Ryan's going to raise this up to 30 with the 7-6 of spades, and then do a pre-tip. Send $1 over there to Daniel. Trying to get a little karma to go his way. Enright in the meantime makes the call. We're heads up.
7-6 versus ace 8, and ace 8 getting the best of it. Jack 8-3 rainbow board.
I do love the ski, so that was awesome. That was so much fun, dude.
Well, now an open-ended straight draw. That's a great card for Power Toke. Probably the best card he could have gotten.
You're lucky. I mean, how lucky can you get? I mean, you flop the net and the audio crash.
There's not many out there for the tournament.
4 tables.
Oh, is there?
Enright makes the call. Still ahead at the moment. 151 in the middle, and there's another 8 for Enright.
Yeah, I think he's trying to make this look like an overbet. Almost pot-sized bet.
Yeah, he doesn't know it, but 7 high isn't going to cut it for a payoff there.
No.
And not enough chips behind you to even attempt to bluff.
What Enright had hoped for is that Power Toke had a jack, but he didn't. And now we've got a dealer change coming in. And time for young Patrick again. I envy his long arms at that table. Our live stream table, a little bit bigger than regular tables.
Oh, it's deep. It's a deep table.
It's a deep table.
Especially
We've
when
got
you're
a lot
dealing out of the box.
Yeah, I got a lot of equipment underneath there, and to be able to make sure that we all see. And Buddha's giving a wave to somebody. This is the second time he's done this. Either somebody in the window, and it might be Morgan.
Still in the tournament?
How early?
Oh.
Yeah, they're using my chips to chip up right now. So that means I have a few chips.
Oh, Dorothy in the house. Dorothy playing in the tournament tonight. She was also here last night. Ran pretty deep. Guppy now with ace queen of diamonds limps in, leaves the door open for Mr. Coffee to raise it up to 23. The nemesis suited for Bob Enright, Buddha. Jack 8 of spades, definitely in his wheelhouse. And yes, good luck, Dorothy. And those of you who have not seen Dorothy before, we've talked before about Queen 3. We call it the Dorothy because that is her favorite hand, and that is the Dorothy right there in person. Coming in to say hello to the gang.
Well, we got a couple of playable hands here. And it looks like Jordan with the shove for 230 with a suited ace. And, you know,
Yeah.
If I got ace queen and I only have $3 invested, I'm just not married to it. Even though right now you have the best hand, but oh man.
And he's got 3 players behind him.
Yeah, they called the raise. I'm just not married to ace queen with that little amount of money in there, going from $3 to 230. I mean, this is a rare time where you're just dominating the competition like this.
And if he folds, the only one I see kind of making this call is Enright, unless Mr. Coffee feels a little froggy. The $23 was definitely in Buddha's wheelhouse. Oh, and Mr. Coffee is going to make the call with king-queen offsuit. And look at this. Enright giving him a look. I think Enright was ready to make that call. And now he might be questioning the nemesis suited here, or he may think that this is a great opportunity.
Well, I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record, Vic.
I understand.
But this is why it's called the nemesis.
I
mean, granted,
understand.
it can get lucky, but you're in situations like this where you're going in the flop.
Now, Buddha wanted an easy, he wanted to be able to make an easy decision to lay this down. He's upset because now he's got a tough fold.
Vic, don't fluff up this fold from Buddha. He's got Jack 8. Vic, you're making it sound like he's at the World Series.
I know,
ninth
but
inning.
He's
got Jack 8.
Getting 4-1. He's 26%. So that's where you want to be at 4-1 on your money.
You know what they say, man, if you
And he
win
lets
the
it go.
Guys, Buddha,
and he's got a mountain of chips in front of him. So why not?
It's Jack 8.
Why not make the call?
Listen, everyone, Vic just wants 7-handed poker every hand.
I do. I want a lot of people. Oh, look at this now.
Well, and look at that.
Mr. Coffee jumps into the lead, hitting top pair with a king kicker. And a nice size bet there from Mr. Coffee.
Now, Jordan did hit a piece. Runner straight, an ace or a deuce. That's not one of them. And
oh, wow.
On the river.
Wow.
Jordan.
Much needed hand here for Jordan.
A triple up. A triple up.
Almost a quadruple up had
Buddha with his
had Buddha
Jack
made that
8.
call.
8 of diamonds on the flop.
Vic just clamoring, trying to get his most action for the viewers.
The colonel is on my side here. He thinks he should have made the call as well. Now, after it's all said and done, it turns out to be a good fold. But Colonel, do you think this was at the moment a very callable situation?
Or do you think Vic just wants as many callers as possible every game?
Yeah, Jessica, it's a good thing he put that hat on. Things could be turning his way.
He switched it up. The juju.
Now we are beginning, just the beginnings of the power hour. Those of you new to the live stream here, it's not something that's official, but certainly time and time again, Dominic and I observed that when we get to the final hour of our live stream broadcast, we see the bet sizing go up, we see the ranges open up, and with this table, we're going to see that tonight for sure.
If you want to round it up, buddy, we only got about 90 seconds away from it. You can call it what it is right now.
Yep.
Oh, hey, Vic.
What's
my
that?
favorite hand?
Nick,
Pocket eights.
Tarantula Nick, with Viviana and Nick, young Nick, watching. Pocket 8s.
Now, the first 2 hours, 8s were hitting like crazy, though. We saw 8s.
Yes.
Buddha's hit a set twice with 8s. We've seen King 8 get 3 of a kind.
So and here we go, 6-handed now. Jordan's got the nemesis.
Oh, and
time.
another 8!
Wow.
8s are hot. The third time we've seen it hit a set. We've also seen it hit 3 of a kind, which is a single 8 in a player's hand twice. The fifth time, 8s have come through, and not a bad flop. Just a gut shot for Power Toke.
And just a hey, who wants to play kind of bet, $15.
Like, hey, you guys.
Yeah, come and join me.
But unfortunately for Nick, nobody hit that. No one hit a 10. Really hoping for like a Jack 10, Queen 10, Ace 10, somewhere out there. Jordan's going to raise into him.
Now, what do you do with this? You've got a set of 8s. Is this a smooth call?
I love the smooth call because on the type of board, I don't think he's doing that with the straight draw. I feel it's good for him. And now a gut shot for Jordan. Here's the thing, Jordan raised, and now he's first to act, putting himself in a position here. Like I said, he did gain some outs. 2 queens are in the muck.
100.
Now the question is, I don't mind a raise here if Nick. Yeah,
Yeah.
with the flush and the straight out there now.
Right.
Remember what I said?
And plus, you're hoping that ace is maybe a money card and you can get it in right there.
Yeah.
No.
About the eights. I said if I.
Oh.
But before the hand, I said if I get that pocket eights without the eight
Oh
of
my
diamonds, I'm
God.
seeing all 5 cards.
Man.
It's crazy.
3 sets of 8s tonight.
I literally said it before, like as the hand was being dealt.
Yeah.
Wow. Look, John.
Yep, Colleen heard that reference before to eights, also referred to as snowmen.
Yeah, that was the point.
And here's our updated cumulative winnings. Buddha continues to be in the lead. Nick climbing back up again. Jordan, Mr. Coffee, MGM Bob. Tough nights tonight so far. Guppy now, Queen Jack offsuit. Under the gun, he's going to raise it up to 20. Speaking of eights, Ace 8 offsuit. Mr. Coffee gets out of the way.
Tell you what, if I have an 8 of anything in my hand, I almost want to call.
Suited ace here for Bob Enright. Ace 4 of diamonds, 2-3 of diamonds folded by Buddha. Now Power Toke with the 7s, and he's had this once before. We've seen the 7s a couple of times. I think MGM Bob had it. Gary getting out of the way, 3-handed, going to the flop.
And we see a Jack 10-4 board. Top pair for Guppy. Bottom pair for Enright. And the 7s.
$64 in the pot.
Just there.
Got to make it at least 35. Makes it 50. In my mind, at least 35.
Yeah, Enright's got chips. He'll float one.
Yep. He's got a piece of this. Big heavy sigh here from Ryan. And a head shake.
Those are the mannerisms I've grown to love on Friday nights at our free roll.
Here we go, heads up to the turn.
And now at 8 of clubs, neither player with the flush draw. As you can see, we've seen Enright doesn't need to have the draws to bluff at it and act like it.
He wants to see another one. Wants to see if he can set himself up here for...
5 of hearts?
Yeah, I don't think that 5 of hearts... Guppy now is a little bit of gun shy here against Enright from a previous hand with the ace-queen versus ace-queen. But he's going to come out. And I like this bet. He's showing Bob Enright that he's willing to stand up to him here by making a bet. He is in the lead. But let's see if he gets paid off, because Bob Enright's reaching for chips with that ace-4.
He's going to get some of his chips back.
And Guppy's going to get some cards back here. Or some chips back here. Wow.
Vic, describing that where you liking the bet, reminded me of Braveheart. Like when he threw the stone or the log at him. And he's like, tested manhood. You're just like, I like that he's not afraid to just keep leading into him every single street.
Yeah.
But no, I'll tell you what, Guppy got value. Max value.
He definitely did.
Throughout that whole hand. So, yeah, got some of his chips back from earlier with that ace-queen. And once again, he's always had a big stack in front of him. Playing some great poker tonight.
72 likes, out a few more. Get us to 75 at least, ladies and gentlemen. And if you haven't subscribed, please do. Our next live stream will be this Tuesday night. That's our 5-5-10. We saw some big action here this last Tuesday. We also saw a big following for that. Be sure to put that on your calendar.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't put it on your calendar, but you've hit the bell when you've subscribed, you're going to get notification. And now Mr. Coffee with the Nemesis. against Bob Enright, sitting beside each other, and here comes a king.
Yeah, King 7-9, the Nemesis, and the best of it. I'm kind of in the mood. I want to play.
Win.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because, and now another payoff here from Bob Enright, this time to Mr. Coffee. Not as big as the hand before, but a decent-sized pot.
Coming in.
Yeah, Joe, you're definitely like to have you back. And if you anybody out there wants to be in our cash game live streams, it's just as simple as making a phone call. Call the reserve here in Toledo, Ohio.
Was that Fearless you're talking to?
Yeah.
Oh, Fearless in the house.
You got a fucking M on your hat. That tells a lot right there.
But it's a funny thing you bring that up about tonight. I told Buddha, I said, I'm in the mood to play. They moved the Bears game from 1 o'clock to 4:20 tomorrow afternoon. So I'm probably going to, if they keep this, if this game is going at 10:30 tonight, I'm probably going to jump in for a couple hours.
Oh, man, now you're getting me interested, Vic.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
I
yeah.
forgot you were here, man.
I'll have to see what the home state is, possibly. Could we do a 20-minute timeout and run to the corner for a glass of brown water if we do this?
That's not a bad idea.
Just a 20-minute delay. We'll be quick.
MGM Bob's going to raise it up to 30 with the Queen Jack, and he's going to get 3 callers, and here we go, 4-handed to the flop. And Enright hitting 2 pair with the ace-6. Couple of diamonds. MGM Bob with the only diamond. Continuation bet from MGM Bob of 40. Quick fold from Gary. Now over to Bob Enright. He's reaching for raising chips.
Oh, yeah, top 2 pair. Flush and a straight draw out there.
And the nemesis for Nick, he's going to get out of the way probably pretty quickly here.
He knows better.
Give us a look. Give us a look. Yeah. And a quick fold there.
Nick knows better than that.
Yeah.
I got to know Nick very well. He should be blacklisted from using that hand. He'll watch the live stream.
Hey, Brian, thank you very much for that good luck. I appreciate it. Take all I can get.
Well, I get no luck. What about me?
You haven't committed yet.
Yeah, that is true.
You have not put the stake in the ground.
That's true. That's true.
And we may be able to find a little brown water around here without having to go down the corner.
Okay.
It's like, hey, 'cause it's like, come on, everyone's. It's like the chip in a chair. Like someone loses a big pot, and then I got chip in a chair. All right.
Just Bob.
These guys have a lot of fun, and gals that come into play. The live stream, we always see a lot of passion for this game of poker, and it's greatly appreciated.
You gotta quit looking at your cards.
Yes.
Start playing the player.
That's right. There's too many of them out here.
Buddha now, speaking of Dorothy coming in and giving him a little shoulder rub, maybe that's luck because now he's got the Dorothy Queen 3 and 4-handed going to the flop.
I think that had to be it.
Oh boy, but look at MGM Bob.
MGM Bob flopping the nuts, but top 2 pair for Enright. Big hand alert, folks.
Yeah.
We have a straight versus top 2 pair. And 2 gentlemen that are not afraid to get the chips in.
We just saw these 2 guys with a continuation bet from MGM Bob and 2 pair from Enright who pushed in a big bet. Got him to fold. Similar situation, but different results now. Bob's got the straight.
These hands might play themselves right on the flop.
And a quick call there, a smooth call from MGM Bob.
And that could be an action killer a little bit.
It might.
Both players aren't in love with that.
Here's the issue that MGM Bob is facing. If he bets this, did Bob just go all in?
Well, yeah, he's got 365. So I mean, it's just over the pot. So we could still see an all-in situation and a call here.
I might be able to explain it better if I did.
I mean, it was heads up at the time when they were betting. You know, they got all the players to fold. It's not like you had 4 players seeing that 5.
You were cool with it? I mean, I'm scared to. I did it, but it didn't.
If you're not putting them on the flush, really, what does that change? I understand this call from Enright.
Was that the other day?
Majority of the time, you will have the best hand.
You guys, what?
Still has some outs.
You ate 5 of them.
If that's not a club,
He
and
needs a
really
10
if
or
it's not a
7.
5, it's nowhere connected. I think it's a snap call from Bob Enright, but he's going to lay down the 2 pair.
No,
no,
called.
he makes the call.
Yeah, no, he made the call.
Oh my goodness! I thought maybe he laid that down.
No.
And just a rag on the river and a nice sized pot, well overdue for MGM Bob. Not only tonight, but the last couple times he's been in the live stream. And it's a hand like this, Bob, that Dom, that can help turn things around when you're.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt about it. Bob's been a little down in the dumps, right, since Thursday night. I think he's pretty much portrayed that. This could be the thing, the pot that he needed to kind of turn things around.
He's a veteran. He's played okay.
Yeah.
Bob's too good for this. We're going to see him on a tear anytime. It was one bad live stream, and I've seen him play double-digit great ones where he's turned $500 into $2,400. So.
I didn't really get nothing, but I waited an hour and then I ended up going to bed. So
I did the same thing on my baseball.
Cumulative winnings there, and again, Jordan. And really, what I wanted to say when I was talking about these players coming in with passion, Jordan has that passion. He's also a great guy to have at the table. Great attitude.
what is that?
Being a little quiet tonight. And he and I were talking movies before the stream started tonight. He's a big movie fan, so am I. Here we go.
Multiple players.
Dream come true.
This is a big
Six-handed.
special right here.
Quite an array of hands as well.
Ooh, array.
And
We got
Gary, 2 pair right away.
Yeah, top 2 pair for Gary on an Ace-Jack-8 board. Nothing much for anyone else. Mid pair for Buddha, bottom pair for Enright. Got a gut shot to Broadway from Power Token. Like I said, this game's unpredictable sometimes, Vic, and we got to lead out with a little semi-bluff Power Toke. I think with this many players still in the hand, Gary might want to bump this up, but who knows? I'm not going to try to predict what's going to happen. We're going to just watch.
And it's just a call here from Gary.
Yeah, I mean, it is a rainbow board. Sometimes, though, those smooth calls. Second 8, and now Enright with and that's where, Gary with multiple players in the hand just smooth called it, allowed Enright to see a card for cheap, and he's got 3 of a kind.
No, someone told him.
He just said no one told us. No one told him. Well, he's in charge. He's the person we got to tell. I blame Kyle. Raise.
Raise an ounce from Enright.
275.
Yeah, Gary made it 75. Enright's going to raise it up to, I believe, 275.
Boy, big hand alert here.
Cool. Oh. Heads up.
Heads up going to the river here. And a very nice pot.
And, wow. The King 10 would have hit.
Oh, my goodness. Once again, unfortunately.
Power Toke would have hit.
Yeah.
Now, this time he would have gotten incredibly lucky.
Yeah. And here's a really good bet sizing here. It looks like 225 coming out from Enright. And a snap call here once the count was out. And he makes the call. And Enright turns over that 8 to make it 3/8 against Gary's 2 pair.
What was that, 2-1?
225. I believe you. I folded king 10.
Well, you're supposed to.
I understand that,
Yeah,
but it's heartbreaking.
I knew I just had to
exactly
call it.
what we're talking about. He made
Yeah.
the right fold, but it is he's made the right
Still
fold
hurts.
in all 3 of these big hands that he could have taken down. But it is heartbreaking to sit there and watch it.
Yeah, I mean, there are some situations, though, I think Power Toke's going to look back. Like when he had those jacks, if he would have shoved, he would have seen all 5 cards. And, of course, he would have sucked out. But, I mean, at the time,
The only one card hurts me.
he had jacks against 2 big aces.
Yeah.
And it was an opportunity to try to triple up. Also with the ace-queen folding pre-flop. The way the table was at that time,
And I
this
thought
table
that
has
too.
been playing pretty loose. We had a moment, I would say from like almost like the half an hour point to the hour and 30, Vic, where we were seeing big hand after big hand. You know, ace king was getting
Right.
shown out there.
You like
We saw
breaking that
aces,
one up.
but you take away that 1 hour span. Have you really seen, you know, kings versus queens and stuff? It's
I
been
would have done that.
a wide range of cards playing against each other tonight, which has made it a fun live
I already
stream.
knew.
Yes.
We've literally seen a little bit of everything.
I didn't even want to call it, but I had to call it. Once it came up, I went down. Then? Oh.
Guppy now, ace jack of diamonds. He's reaching for raising chips, I believe. And he does. He makes it 35.
Almost made it around. A nice sociable little $10 bet, huh?
We were all cool.
Bob Enright wondering.
Always somebody, ain't they?
Cool.
Come on, you're winning every pot, throw a quarter in there, let's go, for crying out loud. I'm not an asshole. I
He
can't,
said you're winning every pot, throw a quarter in there. Oh, shush.
for crying out loud.
Trying to tell Power Toke he's been folding the winners. You may as well try to get in there, but he lets it go. We're going to go 4-handed to the flop here.
Couple of queens with a 6.
And no, Power Toke would not have hit that one. Bob Enright's the only one with a pair here. Pocket deuces. And he's in position, so he bets it out. And now we're going to get a call from Guppy. And it's going to be heads-up action. Nine of diamonds. Complete rainbow.
And Enright betting the deuces. They're good still. A lot of cards can help Guppy, though. A 6, a 9, jack, or an ace.
Yeah, he's got 9 outs. The real calculation would be 12 outs, but the computer knows that 3 of those cards are buried.
Oh, and there's one of them.
That is 1. Now there's 2 pair on the board, and the ace takes the lead for Guppy. And Guppy's going to check this. Bob Enright's going to try to keep up appearances here. See how big this bet is. 135. 135 is the bet. That might be enough to get Guppy off of this hand.
He might also be saying enough is enough.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's a believer that he got a piece of that.
It was a rainbow flop. I said, I can just go with this. What's the chances?
I mean, if you didn't put him on a queen with that run out, with your ace high.
And he makes the call.
I play the board.
Wow, a nice. You're good, Guppy. Guppy didn't realize he's good. He was upset. Neil says, "What are you upset about?"
Because he didn't have a pair.
I didn't have a
Fine.
pair, I saw a pair on there.
He said he played the board.
Right. That's my first day.
The calculation took a little time there for Guppy.
Good thing he showed his cards.
Yeah, it is a good thing he showed his card and didn't muck it. He almost did. Neil giving him a little bit of ribbing for that. La La Land.
La La Land.
Huh.
I mean, I am going back and forth. I will admit, guys, when you're back in the booth, you're sometimes looking at the message board, then you're looking up watching the.
You know, it's a nice compliment. Backhanded compliment as it is. It's a nice compliment.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Brian. Yeah, you know, you got to manage, know where you're checking out the message board, seeing what you guys, you know, make it entertaining for me. Then sometimes you got to pop up and look at the game action.
I'm sorry, dude. I played my hand. I forgot.
Sometimes I do. I will admit, sometimes I will zone out for about 10 seconds because I'm actually watching it with you guys before I say. And I almost like to put myself in that player's situation too.
Yeah.
You know, what will they? If I was betting this, what would I be thinking of the other player? That's actually the fun part about this job with commentary.
You guys said it was 15.
You know, putting yourself in that player's shoes, giving your honest opinion.
You said it was 15.
It's all right, beer nuts.
So is that a legal raise?
My question
This is the
I
funny
thought
one.
you said it was 15.
Oh, Brian. Mr. Patton always has a special place in my heart.
Does it reopen the betting then?
I thought it was $15. I was calling.
I like that, Brian.
So here we go, 5-handed to the flop, $100 in the pot.
Yeah, 7, queen, 10, couple of diamonds. Look at Tarantula Nick with the king high flush draw. Open end straight draw for Buddha.
MGM Bob, second pair with the jack kicker.
No, I don't mean that.
Buddha with the nemesis, open-ended here.
And Tarantula Nick has flopped some massive flush draws tonight. He's missed and hit.
There's a rag.
Yeah, blank.
Blank card here, 4 of hearts. MGM Bob still in the lead here with the 10, and Buddha might just bet this, and he lets it go. And another non-card here on the river, 3 of clubs. Nick's going to go ahead and try to steal this. He's going to bet out from the small blind. 45. MGM Bob doesn't believe it.
I just think, you know, we've seen it tonight. Nick just did it. I saw Power Toke. We're getting some of these bluffs where there's like 200, 220 in the pot, and guys are trying to bluff with like 45, 50 bucks. I mean, the whole field has air. If you really think no one has top pair, try to bet like 60% of the pot. I mean, I think you're going to get better results in the long run doing that, where you're going to be ahead. You can't be afraid of just losing 60 more of that hand with that bluff. Think long term.
Yeah.
Where how your results are going to be through a whole session.
Yes.
So if you get caught, maybe you lose 120 one time, but if you do it 3 times and it works twice, if you're going with your gut instinct,
Yep.
you're going to get all those calls beforehand, and those pots are going to be a lot more. So if you're watching too, we like to use this as a learning tool.
Yeah.
Also for players that are, you know, trying to up their game from 1-2, maybe the 1-3 or 2-5. Don't if you're going to bluff at it like that, look at the amount of money in the pot, assess it in your mind, and try to go like 60% of the pot at least. It's just those $45, $50 bets in the 220.
Yeah.
Especially when you got experienced players where they got $800 to $1,000 in front of them, they're going to call with mid pair.
Right.
There's enough. They're getting the right odds.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I didn't want to jinx it.
Colleen, thank you very much for those kind words. We appreciate it.
Sorry for that.
$35 bet here from Bob Enright and
Yeah,
a
2
call
premiums.
from Buddha, so heads up. 10s versus ace
And
king.
we haven't seen a lot of this lately. We're just talking about the wide ranges.
Yeah.
Finally, you know, 10s versus ace king, classic race, 2 premium hands. Buddha outflops the 10s.
Get in here with that shitty ace. How much I gotta bet to get you to fold?
That's a good question, Buddha. How much do I have to bet to get you to fold? This might be the amount, 120.
Yeah, with the straight and flush draw out there, I think Buddha just wants to take this down. I don't know if he's really putting Bob on pocket tens. Little verbiage going on back and forth.
I think he's putting him on a weak ace.
Yeah, or
maybe.
Or maybe a Jack 10 suited, or who knows. But I think Buddha loves that run out. Runner, sevens.
They're going to go check, check, go to showdown. And Buddha's going to take this pot down. $200 profit. This has been his night so far in terms of profit and loss. Having a good night. We've seen the power of the Buddha here tonight.
Oh, yeah. The tummy has been rubbed.
And again, Bob Enright, as we had mentioned, definitely he's used to the roller coaster. He would rather see the steeplechase where it continues to go straight up and not come back down again. Bad reference here because the steeplechase is a horse race. But anyway, this has been great action here tonight. We have hit 75 likes.
Oh, we still got time for
And
100.
Yeah, we still have time for a lot more likes out there.
We have about just over 30 minutes to go, and we need 25 likes. We just need about a like per minute. So if you're tuned in and you haven't hit that thumbs up, help us get there. It's always a nice milestone, a goal we have before every show. And look what is poking its head out, Vic. Power Toke now with pocket eights on the button, and I like the... There we go. At least be the aggressor. I was about to say he's been calling the whole night. This is the first time he's putting the pressure back on the table.
Well, there have been, as you mentioned, the raise amounts. There have been some raises from Power Toke, but they have not been real strong. This is definitely the right thing to do in this situation with the eights.
I don't know if he's going to get hooked up here. I mean, the only player that has semi-callable really is Gary with a weak ace. Yeah, there's a couple players behind him.
Lay down, Ryan. Watch your stream later.
I only called the 3 for the means.
The hottest card in the deck tonight. Wow.
I'm glad I didn't call.
Showing the eights again.
Yeah, it is the hottest hand.
Aces wasn't going to beat the mates.
You had aces, I had kings.
I ain't beating eights.
Are you getting trolled?
No, I think he's talking to Victor Gayhart. I'm not sure.
Oh, monster.
Nobody's ever called me Vegas Vic before.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a new one.
7, 8.
So I don't think he's talking to me.
20 different ways to make a straight with. How about I add a stroke?
Flop 2, 5.
Flop trips and he hits a straight out. Flop comes 8, 5,
Care, there's a seat
5.
open and play with us.
8 on the turn, 5 on the turn. No.
Yeah, everyone will be fine with that.
You can do whatever you
Here we go. Bob Enright.
He does. He does.
Queen 5 of hearts, raising it up $8.
A Buddha with a suited king 7. Something about seat 10 on these live streams. They love their suited kings. And Tarantula Nick picking up the Cowboys.
The Cowboys.
Clock.
Playing bad poker.
Clock.
Punting 101.
$35 now.
Come on, you're costing me money tonight.
That's the fourth time you said that.
Well, you gotta tee it up with them bowls, man. You don't get no TV time first night out.
Enright's coming along now. Buddha.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a lot of chips in front of him. Like you said, this is why sometimes the power hour you get calls like this. Big hand brewing.
Colonel, you still watching? Be sure to give Buddha a hard time for the last couple of laydowns when he was what I consider to be priced in.
Wow, and if Buddha was in this hand, he would have had a choice to make. The case king hits on the flop. King 3, 10. And Bob says, nah.
Wow, that's a case. Quit folding, you're costing him money.
Yeah, Colonel played on the Friday morning tournament, and we appreciate you coming out for that, Colonel. We will be doing that again this Friday, 10:15 tournament. Of course, go to the reservepoker.com. You can check out all of the scheduled events that we have coming up, as well as our daily events.
What time did that get done?
That got done around 4 o'clock.
Okay, so
there was a three-way chop, I believe, but it got done around 4 o'clock, so it turned into 6 hour, about a 6 or hour tournament.
So if we played, we'd have about an hour and a half break in between our work shift.
Yeah.
Okay.
I, on the other hand, the upside of getting knocked out around 2 o'clock was being able to go home and take a nap and then come back and deal for the free roll.
There you go.
I did not say that. You're still on the list. Hey, we got security if you want to get them.
Nick, you gotta hurry up so I can.
I have to.
What are you doing?
90.
Raise a 90.
90 to go. There's the VPIP 2. Everyone's been wondering about that. Enright at 53%. Power Toke at 44. Torrential Nick at 42. Buddha at 41. So 4 players over 40%, seeing almost half the flops. 38% from Gary, too. It's been an active table.
It was a strong 3. It was a strong 3.
They made a movie called Liar.
Yeah, ooh.
Bless you, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah, I forgot. Colonel was one of the 3 guys that chopped. Did real well in that inaugural 10-15 tournament.
I want to see who gets caught lying.
Check. 100.
Yeah, Tyler, if we can get the VPIP, we do love it. Thank you, my friend.
I got a full house.
200.
200 from Torrential and Nick. Kings versus Kings.
Kings versus Kings.
Full house versus full house.
Hey, liar against liar. Look what happens. They kiss each other.
Wow. Where's all the money at?
Right there.
Idiot. How much is in there, Karen? What, $300?
He knew we had kings.
No more than that.
That's
Well,
ridiculous.
that they're dipping.
Yeah.
So-
Plus 6.
That's pretty crazy. Wow. He was afraid I had aces.
I bet the whole way.
Yeah.
Not enough to get me to fold. I had the king
I want
6
you to
and
fold.
folded.
Don't you love that? Don't you love that when people tell you how much money you should have bet to get them to fold? I don't want to freaking fold.
And right,
there,
you
dude.
fold that other
I just
6.
don't want the stupid ass to hit.
Fair enough.
We'll see later.
You put up
You never want to fold.
Okay.
Now I know why king didn't come.
Right.
Shout out to Tim.
Are you sure? Are you sure you know why? Not convinced.
At the end there, I did start thinking, Landon's got fucking jack. His queen, so when he tabled his hand.
Yeah, Brian, that Friday morning tournament, 53 entries.
I thought you were going to turn over queens or something.
We were doing a $1,000 prize pool guarantee. We exceeded that, of course. And I want to say, Colonel, you got to help me out here with my memory. I think first place was over $1,000.
Ooh.
They did wind up chopping that 3 ways.
$65 buy?
$65 buy-in. Yeah, it was a nice turnout. On top of that, Brian, there were just tons of goodies brought in from Marge. Brownies and cupcakes and lemon bars. Oh my! And here we are, heads up, 3-4 versus 3-4. We just saw Kings versus Kings, and now we're seeing 3-4 versus 3-4 with a halfway decent pot, $135 already.
Both players. The bottom pair.
It's going to come down to aggression. And the bet is 80 from Jordan.
And Enright's going nowhere.
He's going nowhere with that 3-4.
You did?
Unless, of course, maybe another diamond comes out. We'll see. Here comes and a jack on the river.
Opportunity yet, Nick.
Yeah, Jackson.
I'll be all over it one way or another.
And the only way for Jordan now to win this is to go ahead and bet it out strong. Otherwise, this is going to be a chop pot. And if this bet isn't strong enough against a player like Bob Enright,
You ain't checking a queen 3 times.
you may not be the winner. And he's going to check it. They're going to go to showdown and wait we're going to step back and let the table react to these two hands.
He said 40%.
All right, enough of this.
Jesus
Everybody
Christ.
tip the dealer so she shuffles this.
Chop, chop.
All right.
Just starts throwing tipping chips.
Well,
I ain't using my tip.
they're asking for a wash, I think. And so they want everybody to tip the dealer so that she'll take the time, so Carol will take the time to...
So we've had back-to-back hands, one with kings, then the other with 4-3 suited.
There's the cumulative winnings for tonight.
We're doing a bomb pop last hand.
You are.
Oh, Jim. Jim what? Said no bomb.
Oh, thank you, Colonel.
Well, after the trade-
1,150 for first place on Friday morning. Three-way chop of 750 each.
Kara, you gonna question her authority? Kara.
And that morning there was a bounty on my head that was $66. Two guys wind up getting it, chopping it, because they both had a 7 in their hand for a straight against my pocket kings. And both of those, one of those being Ray Brent, put that money in the tip jar, so that's greatly appreciated. But it was just Colonel, I'm sure you can attest this. It was a lot of fun. A lot of great fun people that showed up for that. Jordan now with pocket kings. Long time waiting, big hand here for Jordan, raises it up to 40. Mr. Coffee makes it 101. Enright, pocket 6 is coming along. And ace 8 of spades for Buddha needs 91.
Big money, yeah. Hell yeah. Big money.
Oh, they're
I thought it's a standard that you play a half an hour left.
Buddha's announcing that I'm coming into the game as soon as the Buddha's committed you to playing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Good luck, bro.
And now an all in here from Jordan. Pocket kings. It's going to be, is that right? An all in there for Mr. Coffee to make the call. Regardless, he's got all his chips in there. And Bob Enright with his 6s gets out of the way, and we've got a $1,200 pot that's going to go to either seat 4 or seat 8.
Here we go. We got 8s down here.
Buddha's predicting 8s because they've been showing up so much tonight. Yeah. But it's kings versus 10s.
When's the last time we've seen two big pairs against each other?
I know,
it's been a while.
Much needed here. Both of these guys are in the red. Much needed pot for each of them, and here comes the flop.
Yeah, 5 ace jack, king still in the lead. Another 4 harmless, and a 5. It stays clean. Jordan,
yeah.
Now he's up to 1,200.
All right, thank you.
And that's going to be it for Neil Brinkman tonight, Mr. Coffee.
As they say, whoop, there it is.
I'll be happy to get back to you.
About 20 minutes left or less, and we're at 79 likes. Want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. Once again, this Saturday night, a lot of fun, a lot of banter, good action.
He was early on. He was a chip leader at the end of the night.
Wasn't I know he killed us.
And, Neil going from riches to rags. He had a great night Thursday night.
Yeah, he's a talented player. Brian, I don't think Nick is down 70. His chip count got reset. I think he was away from the table momentarily, sat back down.
But I think he's fired 2 bullets.
Yeah, but he's still got 15. I think he's up 500.
I think he is. And Brian, we had to do a reboot earlier, and oftentimes when we do a reboot, it affects our tip count.
It was fixed at 64 players.
Yeah, you got it.
You got to fix it. It's not a random. There's only so many spots. It was 64.
10 on the
It
Mm-hmm.
was
button.
also $1,000, which priced a lot of people out.
There's $1,000 entry?
I got to make sure I got enough money here in my pocket. Okay, I'm
Here's
good.
the screwy thing, though. Each level has like.
Plus, I got some in my envelope.
Half-hour time limit. So if you're still in it, when you're on short time,
If you're,
the guy that's ahead
I'll wait till we're off there.
is afraid to lose a hand. So the guy
Right.
that's behind is jamming every hand.
Right.
And then it changes. You know, you're waffling back and forth. It gets crazy because your back's against the wall. You don't
Buddha
have
doing a
to-
great
everybody's,
description
you know,
of
like
the
all in.
No Knit Thursday and the effect of the
So it's up to the guy
No
that's
Knit
got the lead
button.
inside.
Right.
Oh yeah,
or chip.
it definitely changes the game.
It changes the game.
You just have to be ahead.
Yeah.
So you end up
Wait, you
folding.
know,
I don't like that.
wait, it runs down to the,
There's a time limit. so-
and whoever's ahead at the end of the time limit is the winner?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah, it screwed me up. bad.
Oh, as a matter of fact, he's
I
not
had
talking
the guy,
about
like,
the No
90
Knit.
I had 98%
It's up
of
to,
chips.
Talking about a different game with a timer on it.
And I kept
So
folding.
why
I
don't you,
kept folding.
what do you just tank for 2 minutes every time and
That's
run the
what I was
clock down?
thinking,
Like just
yeah.
tank every hand. Just sit there for 5 minutes. He's gonna call the
but
clock.
the
and you
blinds,
just
there's blinds too.
get the
so-
clock called on you every time.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, that would have been the strategy.
Well, at a certain point, they're gonna be like, well, you can't have it called 3 times, there's a penalty. But the penalty is just you sit out, right? You know, like at a certain point.
Three-handed now going to the flop. Buddha, the nemesis,
Well, they're not-
ace three of clubs
Shouldn't.
for Gary,
Check.
and the nemesis flopping the best of this. But Enright, he's got a gut shot. He's going to come out firing on the button in position. Make it 35 and a quick call here from Buddha. And now we're going to go heads up to the turn.
I play online a lot of last rounds where, like,
But now there's more outs here for Bob Enright, who's got a flush draw. A check from Buddha, a bet from Bob Enright, and a quick call. 10 outs here for Bob Enright, but that is not one of them.
No.
And Buddha's going to check that,
they have it every night. It starts about 11:75 to get in.
and Bob Enright might be giving up on this, but never count him out. He
No,
might
he's got
also-
heart.
And he does
Yeah,
check
no, I
it.
know what you're talking about.
Going to go to showdown, and Buddha continues to have a very strong night here tonight.
Everyone gets paid, you're still not.
Hey, the power of the Buddha.
Right, you're playing, yeah.
You say it time and time again.
Thanks, buddy.
And Victor, thank you so much for that, saying it's a great job. Wishing we were closer. I tell you what can close the gap for a lot of people in the distance here, Dom, is the fact that February 1st we start our big tournament, our $1 million prize pool guarantee. We will be getting people from over the border in Canada. We're going to get them from Florida. We're going to California. We're going to see people from Vegas and Texas.
Yeah.
It's going to be people coming in from all over. The distance isn't going to make a difference when you can make some life-changing money.
Let's do it.
Let's
Get you
do it.
fast.
Get the wheels. Get
California.
The airline, get the airline tickets
Wyoming.
reserved.
Idaho.
If you're coming in from out of town and you want some tips on where to stay, give us a call. And look who's coming in.
Oh, who do we got? Oh, Poison Paul in the house.
Poison Arm Paul coming into play.
Uh-oh.
Got that smirk on his face. He took me out for my third bullet on Friday morning.
Uh-oh.
And then he wasn't part of the three-way chop. I forgot to ask
What's
him what he
going
did
on?
with the chips I handed over to him, my queens against his ace-king.
What's going on with that, Vic?
I don't know.
I think it's not great.
Three bet here from Guppy with pocket kings. Bob Enright's going to come in with the moose. This is a power hour where we see the bets go up and the ranges open up. Tarantula Nick now with pocket nines. He needs 175 to complete. Does the fact that he's got some chips in front of him impact that decision as to whether to call or maybe even raise? But Guppy has not really been coming in strong with weak hands tonight. MGM Bob.
This is always that tweener hand, you know.
Yeah.
King Queen is a very nice hand, but yeah, you gotta let it go sometimes.
Lets it go, and we are going to go heads up.
Welcome to the game, sir.
Now
We
Bob's
got-
going to hit a piece of this, and the ace comes out that might slow Guppy down. He's going to check it.
Nick's in the one seat.
Check.
Yeah, you need a new name, bro.
No, now we got 2 Nicks and 2 Bobs. You got a handle?
Nope.
6 of clubs on the turn.
Nick from Cleveland,
Nick and Stein.
Pennsylvania.
PA.
Looks like we got another new player sent down.
Yeah,
I think they said his name was Nick.
Nick coming in from Pennsylvania.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania in the house.
Playing the tournament 130.
130.
We're in Pennsylvania.
Oh, Carlisle?
I don't know. May not be a seat for us when we get out there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me too. And York. It's a beautiful country down there. Very pastoral.
Wow, look at this.
Here we go, folks.
Yeah.
Chips are going in the middle. 723.
Very big pot here brewing.
Really good Italian food down there.
We're going to go to the river here. Bob Enright needs either a 5 or an 8.
Oh, and he hits an 8 on
Oh,
the
my
river.
goodness. Wow.
And that could be an action killer. I will say, when you got kings and aces out there, now the flush hit.
Yeah.
It paired the board with the 8s. Guppy might be shutting this down, but what a card. There's already 723, though, in the middle.
Yes.
This is a huge swing of stacks.
Big swing. And Bob's going to
56 cards in this thing.
I mean,
We just haven't seen much.
425.
425 is announced, the bet. And I don't know that he needs to put that out. I think Guppy does not like this board. The
I'll tell you
ace
what,
is out
though.
there. The board is paired. There's clubs out there.
But let's also assess.
Yes.
The ace queen versus ace queen hand when he bluffed them off a chop.
Yeah.
That could come into play right here. Whereas, is he trying to do the same thing before?
Yeah.
Especially this late in the live stream.
Yeah, that's last replays.
And look at, he's counting out chips, Vic.
Yeah.
Sometimes how you play earlier on dictates your action.
We did see a
And
big
it,
call here from Guppy earlier.
Doesn't it look like the perfect bluff card too? That he doesn't. If he doesn't have it, maybe he had a 10.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. There's a lot of money in that pot. 1,100.
He said, would he make a $200 call pre-flop with no ace? And he shows the kings.
And he lets
lays
go.
it down.
He made a good fold. It hurts. It stings, but it was the proper play.
And let's see here if Bob Enright decides to show. He's thinking about it, and he shows.
He shows the 8.
No, he showed the 5.
Oh, the 5.
I
oh,
think
the
he
chess
showed
game.
the 5.
Was it a club? I forget
No,
if it was a club.
it
or
wasn't a
not.
club. I think
okay.
he had 2 red cards there. So he's
The
going to
chess
keep him
games.
guessing, and a huge pot there for Bob Enright. Victor, you are absolutely right. Bob Enright is a gambler. He likes to be in there and mix it up. Retired iron worker,
Gotta pay to see.
Yeah, ace 5.
born and raised here in Toledo, Ohio.
I said I didn't.
Oh, you did? What did you have?
If you're
I didn't tell you.
if you've been around anywhere in the Toledo poker scene in the last 25 years,
Give me $5.
you definitely know who Bob Enright
He
is.
just gave you like 200.
Yeah, the truth for $5.
It don't matter. You'll
Give it
find
to
out.
him, he'll
when
tell
it
you.
ain't shit.
He'll tell you the truth. It's not like
There you
that.
go.
And you'll find out whether it's the truth or
Oh,
not.
that's when I'm putting a 9 up there and breaking my heart.
Oh, was there a 9?
Thank you.
Squeeze,
Might have
squeeze.
to get rid of the blue one.
I think we lost track of that game, that hand with Nick
I don't know.
having 9s. And Nick just said a maybe he said thanks for not putting a 9 up there.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Vic's playing too.
You're getting broad, dude. Vic is a huge. He's in high demand. Wednesday, Friday, now Saturday. Vic, you're just.
I need to go back on the road where people don't know me.
I mean, you're just getting broadcasted the hype games up, Vic.
Yeah. I'll play if there's a seat right now. We got a full table, 10 players.
Check to you.
Heads up action now. Bob Enright is not in the hand. Announcement. MGM Bob with pocket threes up against Guppy after a tough hand for Guppy with kings. Oh my goodness.
Wow, what an action flop here. Only 74 in the middle, but we could see it all.
Wow.
And a check with the flush draw. Interesting. Wait, are we seeing? I'm not sure if the. Now I'm seeing a 3-9. Okay, there it is.
Yeah, graphic there in front of us is a little bit off. MGM Bob's got the check mark. What does he do with it? With his set of threes.
He's going to get paid off here.
I think he's going to get paid off. A bet of 125. And will Guppy raise? Is he actually reaching? He's got calling chips in front of him. Double checks that he's got an ace, and he makes the call. And a tough hand
wow,
there.
What a flop. And I'll tell you what, Guppy's pretty fortunate that more money wasn't in that pot. If it would have played differently. It's pretty hard to get off a ace 3-9 flop with ace king, Vic.
Never said they were all living.
But still a nice pot for MGM Bob. 384 in the middle. He's going to profit just under 200.
Tricking the flop.
Sneaky, yeah, you got sneaky, all right.
She won the minimum, Bob. There.
You think I don't know that asshole?
That was like a Buddha bad beat right there.
Yeah.
A Buddha bad beat.
Don't get all in.
So he's starting to get a bad beat logo. Okay.
I can't check the river. He's playing so timid. I'm thinking he's going to check back. He probably would back. There you go, Buddha.
Panic.
Drop it all.
Okay.
Drop it all.
Thank you.
Paulie D from like Jersey Shore reference. Okay, for Poison Paul. I'm with it. 75 now to go. Jordan with the Nemesis King Jack playing it big. And right with 10-6 suit, he's going to come along. And we got a 5-3-10 board. Enright flopping top pair, getting the best of it here. And he's going to check a free card, and now that gives an open-ended straight draw for Jordan.
Sure, that's nice.
And a flush draw for Enright.
Yeah, oh wow, both players. Yeah, didn't even thank you, Vic. Didn't even notice the diamonds there.
And
for
this pot's
Enright.
growing.
Oh, both players getting a big draw.
Here we go to the river.
Oh, and now Jordan takes it. Runner for Broadway with the Nemesis.
Face looks fine today, Paul. Does it feel better? Thanks for bringing it up. Does it feel better?
Yeah, a lot better.
You get too much sun.
He went to the sun.
350.
I like Jordan with the head adjustment with the bill in front.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's got momentum.
And he looks. Oh, and Jordan's going to get paid off here.
Oh, big pot for Jordan.
Very big pot for Jordan. Been struggling pretty much all night, but now in the power hour, starting to make one heck of a comeback. This is the comeback story of the night.
Well, he's got 1,800 in front of him now.
Yes. He was struggling all night. Kept his head, kept his wits about him, stayed patient, and making one heck of a comeback here with just a little bit of time left in our live stream. Want to thank everybody for joining us here tonight. We will be back on Tuesday night. That will be a 5-hour live stream going till 11:15. That is a 5-5-10 no limit hold'em cash game. Always lots of action, plenty of money on the table. This week, be sure to come by and see us if you're in the area to play any one of our tournaments. The big news this week will, of course, be Thursday for the satellite. We had one this past Thursday, and 15 players getting coupons for $600.
What did you just say?
Coupons. I said it wrong.
Did you?
Coupon. I did. I slipped.
You've changed.
I know.
I can't.
I know. I
God,
haven't.
You know, you start getting a brotherhood when you're someone's partner, and you think you know them like the back of your hand, and then stuff like that happens.
I know. But this Thursday we'll have another satellite $65 buy-in. Friday morning, 10:15 tournament for $65 buy-in. And every Friday we do the free roll, and the place just fills up.
These two have been a little couple at the table
My
today.
goodness.
Guppy and Enright going at it again.
Going at it.
A poker competitive relationship. Seeing a lot of flops against each other, and there's an ace right off the rip. Followed with a 6 and a jack, couple of clubs. Guppy flopping the best of it. And Guppy checked, and this is, you kind of sees the power when you check like that. Now you're playing in limbo. Does he have a big ace? Is my ace good? If you lead out, you can get a little better feel for things, going forward. Because now you got a turn and a river.
Well, and the Colonel called it a little bit ago. He feels like Guppy's getting a little gun shy here, and in particular, probably against Bob Enright.
Those two going at it, back and forth, back and forth.
Neil Brinkman says I said coupon because he's watching, so I can go back now to coupon. And another check here from Guppy, and they're going to check it to showdown. And when you're up against Bob Enright, you're either painted into a corner or you're leaving money on the table by not betting. He has that tendency to get people to be a little gun shy, and I think that's really what happened here. All right, and now here we come for the last hand of the night. Again, thank you very much. We got to 85 likes. We greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Going to end the night here with a bomb pot. This is going to be $10 a piece with 10 players. Oh, nope. Last hand of the night is not a bomb pot.
Oh, yeah. It's, on Saturdays, we don't do bomb pots.
That's right. That's right.
We're so used to it, though.
Yeah, I know. But there is a $10 button straddle and the duck.
Oh, duck alert.
He's got the duck out there.
Okay.
Gary out of the way. PA Nick, Pennsylvania Nick. Now Paulie D just sat down, but really didn't get into any action yet. And Bob Enright, ace 9, wants to announce his presence with authority in this final hand. $100 for Ryan, a.k. Power Toke. And really not in a calling situation. He's got to push all in, I think. Maybe he does make the call, or does he fold? And there's another ace right behind him with MGM Bob, ace 8. Ty is rooting for the power toke here, telling him let's go.
Oh,
yep. Lets that go. Didn't want to put in his last $200 there.
Yeah, I mean,
because $100 call means you're.
No, he's either all in or not. But
Yeah.
I mean, you got a player who's been playing pretty aggressive. I wouldn't mind that.
Now
Don't get me
Jordan
wrong.
has made a comeback, and he's got some chips in front of him. King 8 of hearts in position against Bob Enright. I think he's going to make this call, Dominic.
Vic's wanting to play, and he's on the live stream until 10:15.
Oh, and he's going to lay it down. All right.
All right, so yeah, that was an interesting turn of events on the last hour, really, where you saw Jordan make an epic comeback and chips are flying around. I definitely think Enright was the leader tonight of the action. It's always fun when he's playing on this live stream.
Yeah.
He plays any two cards, and he can play bully ball. Saw that nice play with Ace Queen. Vic, I don't want to steal your thunder there.
No,
what was
that was definitely
the play of the night. I thought that was an excellent play, playing like he had the straight, taken away from that chop earlier on. I was really impressed with that one.
And we had the great pleasure tonight of having Joey come up from Dayton, from Mad River, and sit in the booth with me for the first 15, 20 minutes. We talked quite a bit about putting this all together and the work that's going involved, the logistics, some of the background to the $1 million that's coming up February 1st. The short of it is that you will see Joey again when we are here on February 19th for day 3,
Yes.
where it's going to be a 3-headed monster here. We're really looking forward. It's exciting, as we talked about, not only for $1 million here in Ohio tournament, but also this joint venture between the two rooms. And we expect some great things to come from that, even in the future. But so that was kind of the story tonight. We want to thank everybody for joining us. Anything that you have questions on, thereservepoker.com. You want to see what Mad River is doing with their satellites and their day ones, you can go to Mad River Poker Room or Poker on Facebook. So lots of information, or just give us a call. Or tune in on Tuesday night. Cause
we'll be back.
We like to talk about all that stuff.
Oh,
don't
yeah.
we?
We're going to be putting it out there for you guys for the next month. So trust me, it's a big event, exciting times. Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys take care. Always a pleasure, and always appreciate your support.
Be safe, everybody.